Welcome everybody to our June 1st regular council meeting at 7:04 p.m. Will you please stand for Pledge of Allegiance? Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Would you please remain standing for a moment of silence for first responders and military members? Thank you. And Monica, could we get a roll call, please?
Roll call. Councilmember Soto.
Present.
Councilmember Moran.
Present.
Councilmember Kane.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Garcia. Mayor Aguilar.
Present.
For the record, Mayor Pro Tem Garcia is currently not in attendance, but his attendance is expected soon.
Thank you, Monica. In regards to closed session announcements, we have one. The City Council has authorized the city manager to work with the city attorney to issue a request for proposals for city attorney legal services for the city. And now, council, any changes to the agenda?
Yes. I would like to request item number 13 under discussion and potential action items, which is the resolution approving the employment agreement between the City of Livingston and John Marco for the position of Chief of Police to be item, or to go after item number 2 under awards and presentations and proclamations. So it would be item number 1, presentation by Vanessa Portillo, item number 2, presentation by Philip Moinolfi, and then
Item 13.
after that.
Item 13 then. Right after that, you said? Yeah.
Yes, right after.
All right, so we have a proposal to a change to the agenda. Anybody have any further comments? Everybody okay with it?
Should we wait for Mayor Pro Tem? If he's not here by that time?
I think if, that's right. We just want to make sure Mayor Pro Tem arrives here.
If he's not here by that time, we can
Move it down a little bit.
until he gets here.
Okay, sounds good. We'll do that. All right, so let's move on to, so everybody in agreement with that? Make sure when he arrives, we'll go ahead with item number 13. We'll make that change, Councilmember Moran. Now let's move on.
Excuse me, is there any comments on that decision? Citizen comments or not?
Trevor, do we need any citizen comments? I don't believe so, but Trevor?
Not on the motion to change the agenda.
Thank you, Trevor. Let's move on to awards, presentations, and proclamations, which is item number 1, presentation by Vanessa Portillo, our finance director. She's going to be introducing some new employees.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, members of the public, city staff. I'm Vanessa Portillo, Finance Director. Tonight, I am very delighted to bring to you our new finance member. Her name is Erica Valencia, and she is our new accountant 1. She joined the City of Livingston on May 17th of this year, and we are very, very happy to have her on board. We feel that Erica's expertise, she brings a background in the medical and not-for-profit field, as well as she holds a bachelor's degree in business administration with an accounting concentration. So we feel that her experience and her education just brings her and makes her a really good fit for our finance team. Erica has been responsible for all aspects of the AP functions and other duties, such as the statistical reviews, analytical projects. So we are definitely going to be tapping into that expertise, into our finance team for our reporting and for our tracking and everything that we need as far as the task that we have in our team. Erica, she is a resident of Merced County since 2003. So she's a local, and she also enjoys helping people and likes to learn new things. She's excited to be on board, and we are excited to have her on board as well. So with that much to say, Erica.
Thank you for a great introduction. Do you want to say a few words, anything?
Oh,
Do you want to come? No.
I am very excited to be part of the Livingston community now as an employee of the city, and I'm here to help anybody on whatever I can. Thank you for the opportunity, and I'm here to learn a lot and help everybody.
So thank you so much. Thank you for jumping on board with the team, and we look forward to working with you. So welcome on behalf of the city of Livingston, okay? Thank you.
thank you.
Going to go ahead and move on to item number 2 under awards and presentations, proclamations. We have a presentation by Philip Manualfi, Project Manager, HF&H Consultants, Livingston SB 1383 presentation. He's on the phone currently. Philip?
Thank you, Mayor Aguilar and members of the council for allowing me to present here today. This evening, I'll be discussing Senate Bill SB 1383, impacts on the city of Livingston and the city's path to compliance. Before I jump in, since there's a delay on the live stream, can everyone see the presentation?
Yes.
Okay, great. Please go to the next slide, Monica. Number 1. Senate Bill 1383 was signed by Governor Brown in September of 2016, and final regulations were adopted in November of 2020. The primary objective of SB 1383 is to reduce short-lived climate pollutants. But what does that mean at the local level? The primary impacts at the municipal level around solid waste collection, particularly organic waste collection. The goal of SB 1383 is to achieve a 50% reduction in organic waste sent to landfill by 2020 and a 75% reduction in organic waste sent to landfill by 2025 compared to the 2014 baseline. Additionally, there's a goal of recovering 20% of edible food that is currently disposed for human consumption. Next slide, please, Monica. There are 7 primary compliance areas. The first is to implement organics and recycling program. Jurisdictions are ultimately responsible for generator compliance, so you'll also need to implement an inspection and enforcement program. As I had previously mentioned, you'll have to recover edible food, and in order for generators to comply with these programs, you will need to educate them. Finally, since there will be additional recovered organic waste products, the city will have to procure them. In order to enforce all of these regulations, you'll have to update your ordinances and policies, and you'll be required to report to CalRecycle on an ongoing basis your progress. Following the presentation tonight, the city clerk will be distributing an action plan that was developed for the city of Livingston that has detailed compliance pathway and schedules on all of the different elements. And tonight we're going to focus on the high-level critical path item. Next slide, please, Monica. The first major change is going to be implementation of organics and recycling program. Currently, the city provides organic waste and refuse services, but additional recycling will be required. On the screen, you can see that approximately 3,600 accounts will need to have expanded recycling service, and 460 accounts will need to have organic waste collection processing service. The city's current agreement with Chilton Solid Waste Management expires on December 31st, 2022. which allows the city to either renegotiate their current franchise agreement with Jilton, or they can use a corrective action plan process with Cal Recycle and use a competitive procurement to procure a new vendor competitively in the marketplace. Next slide, please. In addition to changing the city's franchise agreement, either through an amendment or new franchise agreement, the city will need to establish legal authority in order to implement all of these programs. The first change is to expand the existing solid waste collection ordinance to include all organic waste. It currently includes green waste, but not food waste or other organic waste as determined by SB 1383. Additionally, the ordinance will need to be updated to ensure subscription to all waste streams is mandatory for all generators. SB 1383 allows for waivers for self-haulers, de minimis volume generators, or space constraints, although it does not require that the city issue those. So the city will need to determine if they want to allow for waivers, as there will be administrative requirements on the back end for city staff if they wish to allow. The city will also have to implement edible food recovery ordinance that mandates that Tier 1 and Tier 2 edible commercial food generators recover edible food for human consumption by contracting with a food recovery organization or food recovery service. SB 1383 requires edible food generators to maintain records of food recovered and contracts, and the city will ultimately need to report on this to Cal Recycle. Additionally, the city will need to implement a more robust Cal Green process. The city currently has adopted the code by reference, but we'll need to strengthen internal policies to ensure that weight tickets or diversion reports are submitted for all projects requiring waste management plans. Additionally, the city will need to develop an enforcement ordinance. Currently, the city manager or designee has the ability to enforce provisions of the solid waste chapter, including establishing administrative policies and procedures. But now that these administrative policies and procedures that I will discuss in the coming slides are required by Cal Recycle, it may be in the best interest of the city to publish what the actual requirements are so people know what they need to comply with. The city currently has a hauler regulation ordinance that grants the city council the right to allow permits, franchises, and licenses. There's currently 11 different criteria listed in the code, but it will need to be updated to include additional provisions and parameters that align with SB 1383. Additionally, the city's procurement policy will need to be updated. SB 1383 requires that the city procure recovered organic waste products such as renewable natural gas, compost, mulch, or electricity from biomass. Predefined formula based on population and calculations have been provided to city staff in the SB 1383 action plan. Additionally, the city will need to adopt an environmentally preferable purchasing policy to procure recycled content paper, printing, and writing products consistent with public contract code. Essentially, the city will need to give preference to recycled content products if they cost the same or less than virgin products, comparable quality. And finally, the city will potentially need to amend existing ordinances, policies, or procedures to remove restrictions prohibited by SB 1383. Our cursory review of the city's code indicates that this is not a concern for the city of Livingston. Next slide, please. For inspection enforcement, there are two different timelines, January 2022 and January 2024. Beginning January 1, 2022, the city will need to conduct compliance reviews of commercial solid waste accounts generating 2 cubic yards or more of solid waste and multifamily units of 5 or more units. Additionally, the city will need to perform annual route reviews, which will likely be delegated to the franchise hauler. Additionally, the city will have to inspect edible food generators and food recovery organizations and investigate any credible complaints received. If any violations are found beginning January 1, 2020 through December 31st, 2023, the city will need to educate the generators for their violation and how they can comply with the law. Beginning January 1, 2024, the city will need to take progressive enforcement action, beginning with a notice of violation within 60 days of the observed offense, and the city will be required to follow up within 90 days to reevaluate compliance and issue penalties within 150 days for the first offense and 90 days for subsequent offenses if not corrected. Next slide, please. These costs represent the cost to ratepayers, and they may be borne either by the city staff or the franchise hauler, or a combination of the two. For annual desktop compliance reviews, it's estimated that it'll cost $9,000 for city staff to design the program up front to implement it, with an ongoing cost of $22,805. If it's delegated to the franchise hauler, then the cost will go down a little bit, but the city staff will still have responsibility for working with the hauler, implement the route reviews, and to oversee the hauler's compliance. Finally, there's the desktop compliance review, which is estimated to have a one-time impact of $2,100 and an ongoing cost of $1,700 to review the subscription levels within the community and ensure that everyone's complying SB 1383 organic waste requirements. Next slide, please. Additionally, the city will have to provide reports to Cal Recycle. There's 3 primary reports. The initial compliance report, which is due April 1st, 2022, and that includes a copy of ordinances, the city's franchise agreement, and a description of organic waste collection program. And that is part of the reason why we're stating that the ordinances and the franchise amendments are critical paths, since it's one of the first things that the state will be looking for. The city currently submits an annual report in conjunction with the Regional Waste Management Authority. However, the reporting requirements are significantly expanded and will require additional staff time and budget. Finally, the biggest change for the city will be maintenance of an implementation record that houses all data documenting the city's compliance with SB 1383. Data will need to be stored in a centralized location and available to Cal Recycle within 10 business days of request. The data requirements are extremely granular and include items such as education, media collateral, copies of contamination notices, waiver verifications and re-verifications, and several other data fields that are not currently tracked by the city or its hauler. Next slide, please. There are multiple funding options for complying with the law. The first one is to delegate several of the requirements to the franchise hauler and increase rates to help pay for some of the staffing and other requirements. There's also the ability to restructure trash, recycling, and organic rates. Acknowledging that organics can often be more expensive than refuse, there's often little incentive for generators to comply or to obtain organic service. In the commercial sector, rates be bundled similar to the residential rate, where customers receive every type of waste stream offered by the hauler at one rate. There's also the opportunity to subsidize the more expensive programs such as organic waste with the trash rate and make all of the rates for different waste streams equivalent. There's also the option to discount the organics rate to get additional participation by increasing the trash rate, which in turn lower the revenue requirement for the organic rate. Cal Recycle and the state do allow for the implementation of an SB 1383 fee, which will help the city recoup its internal staffing costs if a nexus can be established with SB 1383. Additionally, the city could amend their franchise fees, although there's significant litigation going on surrounding franchise fees, so we would encourage that you consult with your attorney before changing any of the franchise fees. And the final option is to adjust or implement a C&D admin fee and deposit. And this would obviously not cover all of the costs that are borne by the city, but would help the Cal Green requirements. Next slide, please. And here's a calendar with the next steps. As I had mentioned, beginning to implement the action plan immediately is crucial, as the compliance deadline right now is January 1, 2022. You'll want to start by negotiating with your current hauler or procuring services via a competitive procurement. These processes can take anywhere from 12 to 18 months, so it's critical that the city begin now. You'll also want to analyze funding and budget impact as your programs start to take place so they can be included in your fiscal budget for next year. You'll also want to start modifying your ordinances and policies. As I had previously discussed, that's one of the first reporting items that will be requested by the state, and they've indicated they're looking for ordinances to be in place. And finally, you'll want to implement your programs beginning January 2023 or earlier if you negotiate with your current hauler. CalRecycle does allow for a corrective action plan process, which will give a year up to 2 years for delayed implementation if you can demonstrate substantial effort.
Hey, Philip, this is Jose, the city manager. As it relates to the modifying the ordinance and policies, the start date, of course, has June of 2021. So we have until when in order to implement and modify the ordinances and putting in place the policies.
They're required by SB 1383 to be implemented by January 1 of 2022, but they do allow for a corrective action plan process in the event that you can't reasonably implement the programs. For instance, if there was no infrastructure for processing organic, then you couldn't reasonably implement an ordinance requiring people to comply with that until the infrastructure is built.
Thank you. Does that conclude your presentation, Philip?
That concludes my presentation. Are there any other questions?
All right,
I'd be happy
fantastic.
to answer.
I'll go ahead and take a quick moment here to give a little bit of backstory. So this is something that staff has been working on actually for the last few years. You might recall, those who were here at the last council meeting, we had our current waste hauler, Jilton, who made a presentation, and they're basically going into investing quite a bit of money in order to go into a MRF station where they're able to continue to provide a two-can system and be able to separate a lot of the recyclables and food waste in the stream. Our current contract with them will expire at the end of, it'll be December of 2022. So we should start negotiating with them or not necessarily negotiating with them, start looking at putting together an RFP, a request for proposal, in order for us to go out and solicit bids from a number of different haulers. And then at the end of the day, as part of the process of the utility stakeholders and the council, we'll select the best firm, whether it's Jilton or somebody else, to be able to have a contract and provide us services for the next 10 years. They are very familiar with the requirements of SB 1383, and we're going to make sure that in the actual RFP, that the language that requires them to address all this, and that's where HF&H are going to help us out, and then we also have Jennifer, who's one of our consultants in this area. And so between Public Works, City Manager's Office, FH&H, and the Merced County, the Merced Council of Governments is also, because we really think that this is certainly a statewide issue, but regionally we're different than other counties in that we have, a JPA, which is a joint powers agreement with several municipalities within this county. So I think that there could be some economies of scale there. So if there's no questions, Mayor.
Thank you. Council, any questions?
Yes. Philip, this is Councilmember Moran. If you can go back and look at slide number 6, please. I'm looking at the annual route reviews, and I'm looking at the program cost, the one-time cost, which is costs, which is shows 9144, and then the ongoing cost is 22,805. Does it cost? Can you explain a little bit between those two different costs for both the city staff and the franchise hauler?
Yes, that's a great question. Thank you. The one-time cost is for city staff and potentially code enforcement to meet and design a program and figure out how they're going to go on the route, inspect the different containers, document everything, and ensure that people are complying. On an ongoing basis, this requires staff in the field driving around in vehicles and lifting the lids on containers. So the ongoing costs require much more time from city staff than developing the program. Under the annual route reviews, you're required to review containers on every route for each commodity. So you'd have to go and inspect every recycling route and every green waste route and every refuse route if you went to a 3-container system. If you maintained your current 2-container system, you'd have to inspect the green or the blue container and the black container as well.
Okay, thank you.
Council, any other questions? Thank you so much, Philip, for that presentation. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and move on to announcements and reports. The first one, we have Supervisor Rodrigo Espinosa. He is here. For the record, Mayor Pro Tem Garcia is in attendance.
Good evening, Council. I just want to start out with a thank you for everyone that participated. Was it yesterday at Memorial Park? It was a nice ceremony on Memorial Day. So it was. I want to thank Jose Moran for Councilmember Jose Moran for reminding me about the event. So it was very nice to see that and to mention all the names that gave all. They're all in our service to our country, and to all those that came back and they gave their time and sacrifice to our country as well. So so thank you, and everyone that's a veteran as well. Also, I just wanted to last meeting that we had a resolution in the county to pass a support and condemn the violence for Asian American Pacific Islanders. So we issued the support along with Monterey County that I know of supporting Asian Americans. I don't know if many people can remember, but also in Livingston, 2005, along with past Mayor Gabal Samra, we passed a resolution supporting the Sikh community, which is part of the Asian community as well. After 9/11, they were being treated the same way with violence in the United States because of 9/11. So we just want to make sure that we're all Americans. We're all from immigrants. And most of the time, our families in the past have been immigrants, so this is a great country, and together, all the communities from all around the world, we got to be supportive of everyone. And so I just want to make sure that we all support it. Hopefully, I think that, I don't know if I remember this community passed one already.
Yeah, we passed one.
Yeah, but so I was asked by the Hmong community to support it, and so I just want to make sure that everybody knows that the county is supporting it as well. Just also want to congratulate all the graduates of, from the University of Merced, colleges, high schools, and all the graduates of down, in Merced County. So today I just finished watching the basketball game for my daughter, the last home game. That's why I'm wearing this shirt in support. And she was the only senior on the team, so we lost to Buhack, but it was great to see and support my daughter. She'll be going to Sacramento State on a track scholarship, so we want to make sure that we support our kids. So Other than that, I don't have much today. Council, if you have any questions?
Any questions, council? Comments?
Anything from the public?
Public? Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Going to go ahead and move on to city staff announcements and reports.
Good evening, council, members of the public. I'm here this evening to present our Public Works monthly report, which Monica is working on. So first slide, council, is of our Measure V sidewalk curb and gutter repair project, which is a Measure V funded project. This repair took place on Joseph. We had multiple sidewalk trip hazards. As you can see, a large portion of that sidewalk was replaced, along with the curb and gutter, and cleaned up the edging of the asphalt road. Another Measure V project on 6th Street. Here, staff cut out the large cracks in the road and came back and crack sealed the smaller cracks on that street. We're doing the same thing on 5th Street right now, cutting out the large cracks, repairing those on the road, and staff will come back and crack seal those. Then we'll be moving on to Park Street from Main to 8th. We're prepping all these roads for a larger slurry seal project, which will be taking place toward the end of summer, maybe August, September or so. Here's some pictures of a well 14 and 16 TCP project. Picture on the left is the GAC vessels and piping. The middle picture is finished asphalt laying and painting. Picture on the right is completed painting of our piping and our arsenic vessels. And they're color coded for training purposes. It's a picture of the chemical room expansion at well 16. You can see they added on this part of the building, which is all this area, to accommodate the chemical room. And chemical pump installation, which are these right here. These slides is of our well 8 GAC media replacement. The media, the activated carbon in the lead vessels were exhausted, so we replaced them. And how that's done is Calgon Carbon sends tanker trucks and they're slurried, the meat is slurried out and pulled into the tankers and removed. Staff cleans out the vessels, disinfects them, pulls bacteriological samples, and when they're clean, the trucks come back and blow that media back in. It's a picture of operations staff replacing old water meters. These water meters are still manually read by hand. They're having to pop the lid and manually write down the numbers. We're almost finished converting all of them to the drive-by system, so staff can just drive by them and the numbers are pulled in by the software. This is a picture of one of our operators, Ramon Trujillo. Ramon and myself participated in backflow training. It was a pretty difficult class. We both passed the class. It was difficult training. It was pretty hard, pretty tough. So congratulations to Ramon. This is his first time taken that class and he passed it the first time. It's a state knowledge test and actual hands-on testing. So again, congratulations to Ramon Trujillo. Parks and LMD, the guys continue to cut, trim, mow, blow. And it's a busy time right now for them. Guys have been also installing a new dogway station. Hopefully Mr. Ross on the line. This is Joseph Gallo Park. This is installation of a new light pole that will illuminate the walk path around the playground area of the park. Just a quick message to the public, the residents that live in that area. If the light from the light pole is entering residents' windows that live in that area, please call Public Works so we can adjust the fixture angle. The number's on the bottom for those watching. We had our annual cow recycle inspection meeting. Purpose of that meeting was to check on progress with Assembly Bill 341, which is mandatory commercial recycling, and Senate Bill 1826, mandatory commercial organic recycling. Both programs are in compliance with the state mandates. Cal Recycle also checked on the City of Livingston's SB 1383 readiness, and they were satisfied with the city's progress. Parks LMB staff will be installing 6 new dog waste stations, 1 at Lucero and Sing Parks, 4 more along the Winton Parkway landscape and Joseph Gallo Park, and we'll be focusing next on the Monte Cristo area, which is off of Peach. It's a long landscape where they walk a lot of their dogs as well. Staff is also working on creating an interactive map showing locations of dog waste stations to promote usage. Now, what I'm envisioning here is residents being able to go on our website, click on a link, map pops up showing where all the waste stations are so they can walk their dogs. This is to promote usage. And that's the end.
Thank you, Anthony. Good job. Council, any questions, comments? Go ahead, Councilman Morales.
Thank you for that presentation, very informational. And just one question, as we are coming up, well, I think we're already almost in the summer season, and the state has declared drought issue in regards to citizens' concerns when we see water waste. Should they call you and I mean, what is the process, or when can they call you and reach out to you or to your department?
Great question. They could always call Public Works whenever somebody sees another resident wasting water, water's running down from their sprinkler systems. Sometimes valves stick. Sometimes the residents don't know. But they can call, I would encourage them to talk to their neighbor first. They can't get a hold of them, they don't feel comfortable, they can contact Public Works, and we'll have staff go by and educate the homeowner first. Make sure they're aware of the schedule, but they could always, even after hours, they could call Public Works and leave a message. We have an answering machine, and we'll check it in the morning.
Is there a recommended, I guess, like a recommendation number of minutes that yards or lawns should be watered, and how frequently? I mean, other than, I know that we have 2 days for each address.
Of course, you always want to water early. Water early before it gets too hot out there. Water dries up really quick, your lawn dries up really quick, so it's better to do it early in the morning instead of in the middle of the day, or in the evening as well. Those are the watering times. Anything between the middle of the days, you can't water anyway.
You're good.
We also have on our website as well some water tips and conservation tips as well. You could go to the Public Works Water Department website.
Go ahead, Maria.
Along those lines, I know we talked about it before, where the sprinkler systems ever adjusted so that they only hit the grass and not the sidewalks? I didn't hear that part. And
Yeah, they were adjusted, but that's ongoing. We got kids running around there, you know, sprinklers get ran over, they get hit. They're constantly needed to be adjusted, but staff has been educated and talked to about making sure they're keeping an eye on the sprinklers when they're on to try to adjust them when necessary.
And with that, also, can you also make the public aware of when city does its watering for its parks and properties? Because I'm not too sure, but I get questions, you know, why aren't they on the same water schedules as residents? And again, I get that during the time people are utilizing this area here, they can't play in the parks or whatnot. So is there a possibility you might be able to make your watering schedule, whatever timers you have it on, available to the public?
This is a great question. I mean, that's something that we can, but again, that's something that I would need council's direction on. If we adhere to those standards at our parks, they're going to dry up. And we should be keeping a green space for our residents to play and to be able to go out and enjoy themselves. But again, if we do adhere to that schedule at our parks, they're going to dry up.
I understand that part. I know we don't want the sprinklers on the same time that our public's going to be utilizing. We have to use it at night, but I'm not too sure how many people are aware of the reason why that is happening. We have a different schedule of watering than residents do.
Yeah, during the off demand time, that's when we water, is mostly at nighttime, sometimes into the morning, because we got some 48 stations on some of these parks. They're huge parks, so it take hours and hours of water to complete the schedule. So they'll see stations running from 10 p.m., 9 p.m., maybe into the morning. That doesn't mean that we have just one station on running 24 hours a day. It just takes that park that long to water thoroughly.
And also one more thing, I can't even remember the date. I'd have to look at whenever I had the tires changed. But Public Works was over in the areas over by La Mernita, hauling trash away. I just wanted to know a little bit more about that. What was that about?
I'm not sure. I'd have to look in. If you could get me a date more or less, I could check with staff to see what was happening at that time. Maybe it was a cleanup, a homeless camp cleanup, I'm thinking. Usually I recall something happening about that time. But again, I would need a better date more or less.
Okay.
That way I could check with Chief too to see if they served any encampments in that area for cleanup.
And that's probably for Chief. What is the ordinance for that? Who is responsible? I know that if that had to do with the homeless camps,
Mm-hmm.
that would have to be enforced through PD. But Public Works was out there doing the cleanup, and I just want to know who got billed for that, because I also know way back in April we did an earth cleanup, and that was a question I had for city manager. Who's responsible for those areas, property? But again, not too clear what the ordinance is about the homelessness, or if that's property, because utilizing our Public Works to clean that area, someone needs to be billed for that,
Okay.
if that was an enforcement with our PD.
You want to speak on the procedure, Jose?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and thank you very much, Councilwoman Soto, for that question. So in terms of procedure, there is a set of guidelines that we have to follow, and they're pretty much the same whether they are on Caltrans right away, or they are in the Union Pacific right away, or if they're on city right away. We have to, give the people respect and dignity, and so we have to basically notice them and work with our different entities. And just recently, we got invited by, and you were part of it, our Mayor Pro Tem, because there was an encampment down by the river, and he talked about, having a task force, about, We've had one informally, but we were looking at putting one together formally so that we can get participation from even the council, if the council so chooses to be part of that. And then once we follow those procedures, then we basically then can go out there. I don't know if you recall, it was probably about 2 years ago, there was a pretty big encampment over there behind the Livingston Farmers Association, and it was in kind of that gray area, whether it was at the railroad or was in the city. So we worked with the different entities, and so then we gave them the proper notice, and then we were able to bring in a dumpster. And when we do that, we also have to take certain type of protocols because of, issues related to, there might be needles, there might be other hazardous materials and things, so we have to, work with those parameters. Now, and from time to time, there are events that the city participates in, okay, and we, like, for instance, I'm not sure exactly what day this was being referenced, but private property, it is the responsibility of the private or the owner. That corridor, up until recently, changed hands because that property used to belong to Caltrans, and then the neighboring property owners bought those properties. That's my understanding. And whenever you have an encampment issue, that kind of changes the dynamics a little bit because they don't want to pay for that, and they're saying, come in. I know that the chief worked a lot with Mr. Escobedo as an example, because there was some homeless people that had their encampments right there, and so it's like, how do we enforcement? How do we, work with them, and at the same time with the Escobedos? But we'll check more into that because I'm not 100% sure of which date that was.
Okay, so that it's clear, the property owner should be billed for that.
Yeah, property owners should be billed for, they're responsible for cleaning their own property, whether or not there's any, if there's trash, they get an abatement letter, they're told that they need to clean it, like that vacant lot that was full of trash here in between the Winton, Ireland and the clinic. And so they're responsible. And so bottom line, at the end of the day, it's the property owner's responsibility. Now, when that changes is if there's anything that we work with, like let's say we had an Earth Day as an example. Well, if the city participates in such a way, then, we at least get rid of the trash, but we don't, participate in other functions.
Okay, so
Another example, here's another example for you. We had the fire. When the fire department went in there, they have to put the fire out. There was food, there was, onions and who knows what else. A lot of that made their way onto other private property, made their way into the alleyway. We go in there, we clean it. I mean, it's like, do we tell the property owners, or we just clean it? And so for health and safety reasons, we act. And so that's how we addressed it.
Thank you. Any further questions? In regards to myself, what kind of efforts are you guys making in regards to conservation regarding the current drought? Not only specifically to the city, but also like awareness and all of that to the public. Are we putting? I know in the past we put up kind of banners, kind of in different parks, like with watering schedules, sending a mailer. Could you speak a little bit about that?
Yes, Mayor. So we a flyer should have went out by now to all the residents. So we'll continue to educate the residents by mailing out our watering schedule, watering tips. We did put a link on our website to promote conservation, for water conservation tips for our residents. We'll continue to update that as well. We will also be putting out watering schedules and conservation promotion to promote conservation throughout town. We've done it in the past, put out, like you said, banners and signage as well, and we'll continue that.
Awesome, thank you.
There's one last comment, Mayor, related to that. So even though the city of Livingston has really never stopped the water conservation, even after the governor lifted the executive order way back when, a few years ago, we've pretty much maintained the same information and, educating folks. And just recently, of course, the governor again issued another executive order, and so there's like 41 counties, and there's this, statewide, for the most part, a statewide drought. And so if residents have questions we're more than happy to provide some technical assistance, with regards to setting your timers with the sprinklers and all that, because they're pretty high tech these days, and it's not easy. And so we're more than happy to provide. So just call Public Works.
So that's great that you guys are willing to go and help out.
Yeah, we want to educate first. That's our first line, is to educate the public, our residents.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Go ahead.
Just real quick, in regards to the parks, I would really appreciate, just my personal opinion, I think it's great to continue trying to keep them green for the residents to be able to use them at any time of the year. And secondly, does Public Works currently have a social media like Facebook page to reach out to the community and as a way to keep them informed and just as an opportunity to share more information?
When we need to send out any information, we've been doing it through the City Hall social media platform, such as the traffic alerts, construction projects. That we've been using the City of Livingston social media platform.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Like always, tell your whole department good job, and I know it's getting hot out there, and we understand the challenges of the heat, and just be safe, stay hydrated.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. We're going to move on. Any other departments, Jose? No. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and move on to city manager announcements and reports.
Yes, Mayor and Council, thank you very much. So you guys might recall F&M Bank, and also I had mentioned to you about Rolling F Bank, which is a credit union. So continuing to work with them. We're still trying to break through with the property owner of Liberty Plaza, and we're currently trying to get Rolling F Credit Union to broker a deal with the current property owner. We might need a little bit of incentive from the city in order to make that happen, because that'll certainly energize our downtown and be able to help a lot of our residents. Because if you don't know a little bit of the backstory on the Rolling F Bank Credit Union, that's actually was created here in partnership with Foster Farms. Then it broke away by itself, and now it serves a lot of residents here in Livingston and other areas. So having a bank, a credit union in the downtown would be great. And again, F&M tried, and they're still in the hunt, but probably in a different location. But Rolling F Bank is pretty close, and hopefully I'll be having some recommendations for council, because I think that they're pretty close, and we might just need a little nudge. Lastly, also been working with Blaine Yagi. You might recall he owns 10 acres right across from where the Arco is going to be, and we're master planning that specific area. There's talk about bringing in a grocery outlet store, also a hotel, and another sit-down restaurant, and some other wonderful opportunities as relates to economic development. So that's great. And then lastly, across the way, the truck stops is also pretty much done with their environmental. So I expect some type of ribbon cutting ceremony, and everybody will be involved. So stay tuned. But Hammett is it's on its way. So thank you.
Awesome, thank you. I have a quick question real fast. Cooling zones, I know due to the heat and everything, are we gonna, we always participate and provide that space. Are we having a cooling zone, and you could please just share with the public?
Yes, cooling zone has always been in the PD, and anybody who's out there who's, needs some cool zone opportunities, certainly you're welcome. Your hours, Chief, if you want to, they haven't changed, but if you can share them. Yeah, or you can come to my office.
Good evening, Council, Mayor, Chief Soria. Yeah, the cooling stations will be in the police department in the lobby, 8 to 5. Anybody that gets overheated, we want them to come in and sit down inside the police department. We have water for them in the event they need it. So, like I said, the lobby will be open for them. And I know we're going to have a heat wave up until, I believe, the middle of next week, from what I'm being told. So, yeah, just please come on in, and then we're putting it on Facebook and everywhere where we can to make sure that people get it out there, or we get it out there.
Perfect, thank you. Yeah, spread the word, definitely appreciate it, thank you.
All right.
Council, any other questions for our city manager? Any questions? Go ahead, Councilwoman.
Who, is that city over there with the Walnut CDC? Is that ours, that property?
Walnut?
Walnut Child Development Center.
Yes, we currently have an agreement with the Livingston Unified School District, and so they lease that from us. We have a joint use, so we share, and we have an agreement, so we share facilities. But that belongs to the city, yes.
If I may, if I can get the
Contract?
agreement? Yeah.
Yeah,
please.
okay. More than happy to do that, yeah.
Thank you. No further questions? We're going to move on to City Council members' announcements and reports. Councilmember King? No report. Councilmember Jose Moran?
Okay, so you're not going to believe it, but I only have one item to report today.
I don't believe you. Go ahead.
Well, this last weekend, or actually Sunday, we attended the Memorial Day celebration, or I'm sorry, not celebration, but ceremony. It was actually well attended. I was very happy to see a lot of the residents come out, and it's an event that is it's an annual event, and it's always nice to see the residents out there. And thank you to the organizers for putting that together every year. I think it's a great opportunity, and also for everyone else to take that as an opportunity to educate others on what it is, what the Memorial Day actually is, because it gets confused. And actually, I was one of them. Not until a few years ago, did I learn very well what the difference was between Memorial Day and Veterans Day. And so to me, that was a great and educational opportunity. Thank you. That's it for me.
Thank you, sir. Councilwoman Maria Soto?
So I just have stuff to report, but an announcement for June 14th is Flag Day. If you do have flags that are tattered, faded, we'd like to collect those, and you can do that several ways. You can contact me in order to dispose of our flag properly. Again, that is another item that I feel dearly about. So if you do have flags, American flags, or any types of flags, the California flag, blue line, red line, if you have flags that are patriotic, I will collect those, or you can actually take them to the VFW Hall on June 14th. And we do have a ceremony in which we dispose of them properly, and that does, it's a really respectful ceremony, just as the one that County Supervisor and Councilmember Moran just shared with you about Memorial Day. Memorial Day, again, I appreciate that the education aspect is getting out there in regards to patriotism, Americanism, and our veterans. And I can add on to that. But so June 14th is Flag Day, so keep that in mind to either contact me or you can drop them off at the VFW Hall before June 14th, which is Flag Day. There hasn't been any Planning Commission meetings, so I have not, in the past 2 months, so I have not been able to sit on those. There hasn't been a meeting either for the advisory, the environmental one that I sit on as well. May 11th, I sat with Mr. Ramirez and city staff and just discussing some like fee schedules and whatnot. May 20th, I went to the Rec Commission meeting just for a bit. The 21st, we did have the larger-than-life ceremony, which was really nice, and pictures are posted up. But I'd also like to have because I did speak on, again, different view, because again, I did get feedback from community in regards to the Portuguese larger-than-life. I love the artwork, nothing against Joel Aguiar, none of his work, but again, there was a little bit of, I guess, miscommunication, discrepancy, but I would like to, and I spoke on Mr. Joe Alvarez as a community member here that contributed a great amount of property and time for the Little Guys and Gals Field, Memorial Park, the football field, and the baseball field. So again, I'd like to see as a future agenda item, so I don't forget, to see if we can Joe Alvarez Memorial Park as a naming. So that's one. On the 26th, I attended a fundraiser with county, with other district supervisors, not ours, and the Merced mayor. I also met with the police chief this past week, and during that time, we also, Raul Garcia and I had a chance, and Mr. Ramirez also mentioned that great efforts among county sheriff, Merced Community Health, Livingston Community Health, and other agencies that want to look at our homelessness situations. So it was a great effort. I really appreciate the time we spent down by Merced River. It was, and prior to that, Mr. Moran, Councilmember Moran, also sat in on some great ideas that we shared with other community members, and we also went 2 weeks prior down to the same area, down by northbound 99, and took a look at that. So again, I really appreciate the efforts that are going forward because it is a concern in our community. Again, we touched on the Memorial Day services, and that service is not just agencies put together. It is our local VFW post 8327 and auxiliary that coordinate that. It is a beautiful, and it's really touching, especially when they play taps. It's really emotional. So again, understanding that Armed Forces Day, Veterans Day, and Memorial Day serve different respects and honor to our Veterans. Memorial Day is for those that never came back to American soil. And during that time, there are 4 young ladies in this community that represent and help out the VFW, and those ladies are the Miss Independence Scholarship Program ladies. There's more information on that, but another time. But I'd also, during memorial services, they passed out Buddy Poppies, and the Buddy Poppies are a remembrance for the blood that our servicemen, our service members shed for our freedom. They also handed out soldiers, plastic toy soldiers, so that we can all remember to say a prayer for those that are in the military and serving our country. And then they also gave out many handkerchiefs, bracelets, dog tags for the Veterans Crisis Center and for the hotline. And again, that brings about an awareness of veteran suicide, which the suicide rate is currently over 22 a day So again, these are things that I'm glad that is being more, that is out there that people are becoming aware of. And again, that's another thing that I'd like to see as a future agenda item is a workshop in regards to the Veterans Crisis Line and how we can help. And another future is the Miss Independence. I'll just remind me to bring those back up for June 15th if we can invite them here. Again, I just want to thank everybody that came out on Sunday, and then just to let people know in the public, say it here because a lot of you probably don't have social media. Us as a council, we go out and we continue to speak for members in our community and listen, and we can respond by phone, email, and again, comments are made that we don't need to talk to you, or they don't want to talk. And again, this is where the business happens. So any comments or any ideas, anything that needs to be brought forth before your council, I encourage you to do that, because we are here to listen, and it's hard not to respond on social media. I know that a previous meeting I had asked in regards to our uses of social media and any Brown Act or any other things that might be controversial with us. Again, we get tagged in some of the concerns and issues that are in our community, and it's kind of difficult not to respond, because there's the question posed to our council, and again, it's a really fine line. We want to be able to reach out to you, but again, if our public can use our city emails or contact us personally, that would be awesome, because we are here listening. And again, it's very hard for us to read into some of the comments being placed on social media, because it does really give a big feel that members of our community want to exert an influence among the people and among the council, and it's really disturbing, actually. Let's see. And then also, in regards to some of the services that we have here, I'd also like to see if it's even possible, but an idea that I'd like to throw out, and I don't even know how this would fit into a plan, but if I can get more information, I wanted to see how the county sheriff, if we were to utilize county sheriff services, again, I just want an idea so that we can see if there's another option for the city of Livingston. If the county sheriff if we were to use county sheriff rather than a local police, what that would cost us. While we're talking, when the budget is, while we're talking about budget, I'd like to see what that would look like. So I don't know how quick those numbers could come in, but that would be something to look at. Yeah, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Garcia.
Like the Councilmember Soto said, we went out to the river. Thank you for your time, and City Manager and Public Works for going out there. Fortunately, I work with our Merced County Sheriff set team, hand in hand there at times, and it's a good thing that they reached out to me. Working together with the City of Livingston and the Sheriff's Department, because it would have been easy for them to go down there and just throw all the homeless out or whatnot, and guess what? Now we're dealing with them in the City of Livingston. Now we got, I'm not saying that it happens, but officers or other subjects taking one to the City of Merced, now that puts the burden on them, or Dowhigh puts the burden on the Sheriff's Department, or even the City of Turlock. So I just want to tell them thank you, and our code enforcement, her name's Jessica, for going out there helping out too. And so, hopefully we can go ahead and form some kind of task force to deal with that. So as soon as this stuff comes up, to deal with it as soon as possible, so we're not having issues later. Another thing too, they have a lot of services for them. So if you guys know anybody that's homeless, just reach out to either myself and we can place them in a hotel or in their house. I mean, there's a lot of services out there that the county provides, even helping them pay for the first and the deposit on to rent a house. They'll assist them with even the payments for a couple months, I believe. So if you guys know anybody out there that needs services, just feel free to either reach out to myself or city manager, or council member Soto, so we could try to assist them in that. And another thing, obviously you guys know I'm in law enforcement, and it hurts when we lose officers, around the United States, especially here in California. I'm not sure if many of you know, but last night, there was a sergeant that was killed in line of duty in San Bernardino County, and a firefighter today here in California. Just keep them in your prayers. Their family goes through a lot. We never know we're going to come back home. We wear a badge. That badge represents the United States. So people are mad at the badge, not at the person. They don't know who they are. So please keep them in your prayers. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Moving on to mayor's announcements and reports. In regards to myself, attended the larger-than-life cutout revealing, recognizing the Filipino and Portuguese communities. I believe, Jose, there's one more cutout in the making. Is that correct? So we probably want to go ahead and say.
Yes, that is correct. We're working on the German Mennonite larger-than-life cutout.
Awesome, thank you. Attended the Lions Club Zoom meeting, recreation meeting. Also attended the Memorial Day ceremony at the Memorial Park, which was obviously a great event and well attended. So I was glad to see all those people out there. Also advocating for the ACE train. I know that we're trying our best to land that stop here in town. So I know the environmental study draft just came out, and we're all, crossing our fingers that we're selected. Other than that, that's pretty much it for me. We're going to go ahead and move on, as we stated earlier, to item number 13. Item number 13 is under discussion and potential action items. Is a resolution approving the employment agreement between the City of Livingston and John Marco for the position of Chief of Police. Go ahead, Jose.
Yes, Mr. Mayor and Council, first of all, I want to thank the professional panel and all the community panel members that participated in the interview process, in addition to all of the community members that John was able to meet over the course of several weeks, and the council members as well for taking some time to catch up with Mr. Marco. Mr. Marco is currently a chief DA in Madera County, and he also brought along his lovely wife. He's out there. If you can raise your hand, and all right, there's Mr. Marco. And he has 30 years of experience. He actually started off as a police officer, worked his way all the way up. He was with the Department of Justice, and for the last 6 years, he's been currently as a chief DA investigator in Madera County. Mr. Marco likes the challenge of being in of course, he's a retirement age already in law enforcement, but he really would like to, finish off his career and working for a community like Livingston, small community where he can have a direct one-on-one conversation with merchants, business people, residents, council members, et cetera, and try to make the community better. And so he's planning on sticking around for a long time, so that's great. Also, in just having an opportunity to talk to some of his colleagues and people that have surrounded him, they've all pretty much have said, the same thing over and over again, that, he's a hard worker, he's dedicated, not afraid to roll up his sleeves, is open and transparent. And so with that, we're looking at offering him a 3-year contract with Step C, which is $133,000. And the rest of the contract is pretty much mirrors, what we offer other department heads. And I look forward to council to approve his contract so that he can start working right away and work with Mr. Soria, who is retiring at the end of this month, and we're going to have a little, or not little, a big retirement party for Chris and thank him for his services. So give him a round of applause. Thank you, Chris. So with that, I would like Mr. Marco to come up and say a few words. I didn't want to steal all the thunder. He can share a little bit more and have the council an opportunity and the public to ask any questions.
Mr. Mayor, council members, thank you. Community, thank you. Well, Jose gave you pretty much the Reader's Digest of me. 30 years law enforcement. I started at 19 years old. I actually have 33 years of law enforcement. I wanted to be a police sergeant for most of my career. And at some point in my career, I said, you know what? I don't want to be just a police sergeant. So I went back to school, got educated, got a bachelor's, went out and got a master's in business, and moved up through that way. Not only do I also teach at the Merced City College as an adjunct professor in their Reserve Police Academy, which I teach the new cadets how to shoot and how to defend themselves. So I'm a certified defensive tactic instructor. To give you a quick highlight on my first 100 days, what I'd like to do, this is just a quick preliminary list. First and foremost, let's get our vacant positions filled. We need to get the bodies out there. And in this day and age, Mayor Pro Tem also said it's very hard to recruit. It is very hard to recruit. I went over 2 years with empty investigator spots in my current department because I couldn't get the right fit. So we have to figure a way to get people attracted, get them to come to Livingston and apply and become police officers here. We also have to build partnerships with all law enforcement in the community to make it stronger, especially with the mental health issues and homeless. We have to do better at that as police officers. We have to address those issues. And don't get me wrong, I've helped with some of the things in Madera on the homeless. We've offered them everything under the sun, and they just don't want it. And those folks, how do you reach them? If somebody has a little more brain power than I do, please come talk to me, because it's very difficult sometimes. One of the other main things I really, really want to address is the shootings. We have to come up with a strategic plan in this community to stop the shootings. And it's probably most likely stemming from gang violence. So we're going to have to work collaboratively with everybody to get this under control. And it's just not happening in Livingston. It's going across the nation. Crime has risen. The other thing, I will have, as your chief, I will have an open door. Anybody can come talk to me at any given time. If you don't want to come to the police department, I'll come to you. Okay? I'm not afraid to talk to folks. I'll hold meetings so everybody in the first 30 days can get to meet me. I'll be out in the community, getting to know me, meet me, talk to me, ask me questions. I'm not afraid to be out there and take the punch. Sometimes as a chief, you have to. We have to address the hot topics. I'll also work directly with the community to solve some of the other crime issues we have in the city of Livingston, which I think is very important, because as a police department, we cannot solve the problems by ourselves anymore. We need the help of everybody. We have to learn to work together and come together to resolve. I want to make Livingston one of the safest places in this area. I want you to know that when you call for a police officer and they show up at your door, you're going to have a very professional, well-trained, unbiased police officer in front of you to handle your issues. I'm huge on training. Actually, my investigators now have more training than the sheriff's deputies in our county. So that's one thing I'm very good, and I'm very good at finding free training. There's nothing wrong with free training. And I have teamed up with a company in Long Beach. I introduced it to the Central Valley last year. It's called Community Policing in the 21st Century. And they're from Long Beach, and it's a police sergeant, a couple retired detectives. They come up here and teach not only police how to deal with the community better, but they will also help and answer community questions on how to help everybody come together a little bit more. They do this training for free because Post gave them a grant. So they come and just do all this training for free. I'm going to ensure that, I know some of the Livingston police officers have gone through it because I've held several of the trainings in Madera, hosted them, and a few have come, but I want to make sure the whole department comes. And they also do a community training also that we can also introduce. So those are some of the things I want to do in the first 100 days. The other one is getting the second school resource officer back in play, working with the district. So we have the officers in the school. That is more important than anything in the world, where these young children have somebody to look up to besides teachers, or somebody that they can build relationships with, not just teachers. And I have nothing wrong, I'm a teacher. But we need positive role models in kids' lives. We got to get them moving in the right direction, get them off these video games and get them out playing again. That's the most important thing I think of. I have a soft spot, 2 soft spots. And not that you folks don't matter, children and elders. We need to make sure we're teaching our kids the right way, putting them in the right direction, heading them in the right direction. And our elders, they raised us. It's our turn to take care of them. So, yep. Thank you.
Thank you so much for introducing yourself for our community. I'll bring it back to council. Council, any questions, comments at this time? No questions, council? Okay, so I'll take it out to the public for any public comment regarding this item.
Council, Rodrigo Espinoza. This is my first time meeting the chief, and sounds like he has a lot of good experience, and hopefully he lives pretty close by where he's able to, and with any emergency, he can come in and work out any problem within our department. And so, like I said, it's all about experience and working together with the rest of the law enforcement agencies. And so hopefully you guys can commit to 3 years or hopefully more. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Any further comments?
I, Tony Silva. I had the pleasure to meet Mr. Merkel, and I think whatever choose him did the intelligent choice. And I hope you guys, council, do the right choice too. Okay? So I thank you. Very much, and good luck to him. Okay?
Thank you, sir. Any further comments from the public?
Hello, council. My name is Dwight Larks. I am a cannabis advocate. Thank you for being here and for always showing up to the council hearings. I know it's a lot of your time, and you're not paid to do it. So I appreciate everybody's constantly showing up for the city of Livingston. I was raised in the city, and I'm very concerned about the choice of police chief. Like I said, as a cannabis advocate, we worked very hard to make cannabis legal here in the state of California. And so I'm not familiar with this chief's stance on cannabis now that it is legal. Does he have a bias against it? It is a hot topic button. He has invited hot topic buttons to be spoken about. So I just really want to see the community respected, especially the part of the community that consumes cannabis, as opposed to these opioids and other drugs. I want to make sure that our community is respected by the chief of police and the entire police department for their choice to consume cannabis, to grow cannabis, to talk about cannabis, to smell like cannabis. I want to make sure there's no more discrimination against the citizens that consume cannabis.
I'm going to stop you there. This is regarding his specific to his contract, not his policy. So
sorry.
I'll stop you out there.
I was just raising my concerns about that. So those are some of my concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll bring it back to council for any motions, further questions, comments.
Well, I just want to make sure, are there any more public comments? Because I thought I'd seen some people coming up.
Sorry, go ahead.
Brandon Friesen, resident of Livingston, and used to be up there in front with you guys. Whew, it's been a long time. I just look forward to seeing you guys move on a chief and set a direction as far as for the next 3 years, and is to realize that without leadership, we falter. And so by you guys taking the first step is selecting a chief gives us the first step of moving in direction for the department. As it was stated earlier, and I would welcome them into Livingston. I know that they live in Madera, and I'd love to see the chief move to Livingston, and that's always a great thing. And so I just look forward to continued leadership. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Any further public comment? Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, Chief Soria. Hey, I just want to say one thing. I got a chance to meet Mr. Markle, and I really consider myself, good judgment of character, and he seems like a very good guy. I mean, he really does. I'm leaving on the 30th, and I believe we will be in good hands with him. I really do. It's just talking with the man, and he seems to be down to earth. Knows what he's doing, wants to go out there and make some changes, and for the better. And I support him, I really do. And I hope you guys pick him. I hope we can go forward, because the citizens here need it. They really do. They need somebody that's going to go on there and lead that police department forward. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? I don't see any. Let's bring it back to council now. Motions.
I'll make the motion.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Garcia,
I'll second that.
second by Councilmember Jose Moran. We will get roll call, please.
Roll call. Councilmember Soto?
Yes.
Councilmember Moran?
Yes.
Councilmember King?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Garcia?
Yes.
Mayor Aguilar?
Yes.
Motion approved by a vote of 5-0.
Congratulations. Does he want to take pictures this time?
Yeah, we'll take, let's see, Mayor, you want to?
Yeah, a couple minutes.
Yeah.
We'll take a little recess just so people can shake
Folks,
hands and stuff.
chat and yeah, take photos, yeah. So for everyone, we will have a oath.
Okay, welcome everybody back. We're resuming our meeting at 8:46 p.m. Our next item is the public hearings. Item number 3 is proceedings under the Benefit Assessment Act 1982 Government Code Section 547003 for the approval of levy annual assessments for the Livingston Benefit Assessment Districts, confirming assessments of fiscal year 2021-2022. And we have Susana Hernandez on the phone. Go ahead, Susana.
Good evening, City Council, City staff, and members of the public. My name is Susana Hernandez. I am a project manager here at Wildan Financial Services, and I have joined the meeting to assist staff in presenting the actions to be taken by City Council on today's agenda regarding the Benefit Assessment District of the City of Livingston. City Council has previously approved the formation of the Benefit Assessment District, along with a methodology of applying an assessment to properties within the districts. There is a total of 18 districts of benefit consisting of residential property. The levy and collection of annual assessments is for the maintenance and operation of various drainage, detention basins, and related street improvements within each of the districts. Staff has worked with Wildan Financial Services to assist in the preparation of the annual engineer's report. The details of the properties, how they are assigned to the benefit district, and the rates for each district are included in the engineer's report. The total proposed assessments for fiscal year 21-22 are approximately $185,000. On May 4th, 2021, the City Council approved resolutions initiating the proceedings, declaring the intent to levy, and preliminary approving the engineer's report and setting the date and time of the public hearing. Today is a public hearing, and today's actions request the City Council to open the public hearing to receive public testimony. There is one resolution before Council this evening to approve the levy and collection of assessment for the Livingston Drainage Benefit Assessment District. Upon the conclusion of the public hearing, City staff recommends that Council adopt the resolution approving the engineer's report and setting the annual levy of assessment for fiscal year 21-22. That concludes my introduction, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Susana. Could we, or bring it back to Council? Do you have any questions, comments, Council, at this time? I don't see any. Going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Public comment regarding this item? Any public comment? I don't see any. I'll bring it back to Council now. Close a public hearing. Council, comments, other questions, or wishes?
Hey, Susana? So
Yes.
the action that you're asking from council or direction, if you can restate that, please?
The approval of the resolution approving the levy and assessment of collections for the Livingston Drainage Benefit Assessment District for fiscal year 21-22.
Thank you. So it's the resolution in the packet. Yeah. One moment, Susanna. The resolution is not listed on our cover page, so we got to pull it out from, let's see here. Okay. All right. Here it is. Yeah.
All right, I move to adopt the resolution as presented.
We have a motion by Councilmember Jose Moran. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
We have a second by Councilwoman Maria Soto. Can we get a roll call, please?
Roll call, Councilmember Soto,
Yes.
Councilmember Moran,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Aguilar.
Yes.
Motion approved by a vote of 5-0.
Thank you. We're going to move on to our next public hearing. It's proceedings under Landscape and Lighting Act of 1972, California Street and Highways Code 22500 for the approval of the levy and annual assessment for citywide consolidated landscape maintenance assessment district number 1 and confirming assessments for fiscal year 2021-2022.
This is Susana Hernandez again. Similar to the Drainage Benefit Assessment District, the City Council also previously approved the formation of the Landscape Maintenance Assessment District number 1, along with the methodology of applying an assessment to properties within the district. There are a total of 26 zones of benefit consisting of both residential and commercial properties. The levy and collection of these annual assessments is for the maintenance of various lighting, landscaping, and park improvements within the zone.
Hold on, Susana, real quick.
Will that financial
Can you please
services
mute your phones?
assisted with the preparation of the engineer's report? The
Susana,
report
can you
details
hold
how
on
the
a
lighting,
second?
landscaping, and park improvements are assigned to benefit zones,
Susana?
and the rates for each benefit zone are also included. The total proposed assessment for fiscal year 21-22 is approximately $720,000. On May 4th, 2021, the City Council adopted resolutions initiating the proceedings, declaring the intent to levy, and preliminarily approved the engineer's report and setting the date and time of the public hearing. Today is the public hearing for the landscaping district as well, and this action requests that the City Council open the public hearing to receive public testimony. There is one resolution before Council this evening to approve the levy and collection of assessments for the City of Livingston Landscaping Maintenance Assessment District number 1. Upon conclusion of the public hearing, the City staff recommends that Council adopt the resolution approving the engineer's report and setting the annual levy of assessments for fiscal year 21-22. And that concludes my introduction to the Landscaping Assessment District. I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you, Susana. I'll bring it down to, back to council for any questions, clarifications. Anybody? Okay, we're going to open the public hearing. Public comment regarding this item. On the phone, anybody regarding this item? Nobody present? Okay, we'll close our public hearing and bring it back to council for further questions or wishes, motions.
I'll make the motion.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Garcia. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Councilmember Jose Moran. Can we get a roll call, please?
Roll call, Councilmember Soto,
Yes.
Councilmember Moran,
Yes.
Councilmember King, Mayor Pro Tem Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Aguilar.
Yes.
Motion approved by a vote of 5-0.
Thank you, Monica. Thank you, Susana Hernandez.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
You too, thank you. Then I'm going to move on to another public hearing. Item number 5, park and facility fee increase, youth sports fee increase, and non-resident fee adjusted for youth sports parks and facility rentals. And this is going to be presented by Tony from our rec department.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, city staff, and residents. So, do have a little slideshow for you, just to kind of go over what we're asking for. So, fees based on the following cost: staff hours for registration, leagues, promotional materials, field prep, game officials, head coach child discount, that's half off, game jersey, award medal, game balls, preschool balls. No balls will be given to the individual, but a team ball will be issued. The fee does not include pictures for the players, but it does one official and a coach official. Am I in charge of this, Monica? Okay. So as you can see, we listed our current fees, what the other cities surrounding us, 2019, 2018 charge, what the city actually pays now with the minimum wage increase, and all the amenities that were listed before. So you can see that there is a price difference, not a lot, but it would help cover the deficit. And we are still the lowest in our region. And this is for baseball. Sorry, I just killed that. Sorry, I don't have very much space and I have a lot of stuff today. Okay, so this is for basketball. So actually there was a mistake on this one. It's supposed to be the little dribblers in kinder were $40. If you notice, we didn't change that. We're able to try and meet that cost. And then the other divisions went up $10. This is the biggest change that you'll see for basketball, just because of all the officials that are needed with minimum wage increase. Our next slide would be for soccer. So peewees are our babies. They're actually about $10 cheaper, and the other division only went up by $5, but you can see what our actual costs are. And the only thing that will change is that we did take out an extra official for the older kids, and we will have the coach step in or a volunteer that would help with the officiating of those. But our younger divisions do have one person that is in the field with them, along with the coaches as well, because it's still learning. It's just another coach, basically, is what that referee does. So, and the other thing that we are going to try and amend is the youth non-resident will pay an additional $5 per player. Most places do already do this. We haven't done it in the past, but now with such a budget issue, when we went to our rec commission, they were very much in favor of this. Some, like if you go to Outwater, if you don't live in Outwater city limits, you don't get to play for Outwater. Here in Livingston, we do take children whether they live here or not. So just to help make up some of that deficit, the $5 charge would be in play if you grant that. This policy will be updated in our fee policy recommendation. Non-residents will pay 20% more for park rentals and field rentals. This will become policy in the updated fee policy recommendation. So as you can see, our park rental fee. When you go to rent one of our Livingston parks, you get 12 hours. It's $30 to rent the park, $15 for electricity. $5 charge. Oh, sorry, I heard myself. I thought somebody had a question. The deposit hasn't changed. And if you notice, we are still cheaper than anybody else. And so this is a little bit of a breakdown of it, depending on how many people you have. And then when you start getting to 200 people or more, amplified music, different policies come in for approval. We do ask for a little bit more time. That hasn't changed. The only thing we're changing is the cost, just to help cover the maintenance costs. Because when you go out and you rent the park, the bathrooms are open. There's all those amenities that go with it. The electricity didn't change. We're just asking for a small increase just to help cover some of the ongoing costs. Okay. So the stage, if you rent Memorial Park, you automatically get the stage. But if you choose you only want the stage and you don't want the covered patio area, it's about the same. And the only thing that we did add, because when this was originally put in play in 2008, we did not have Joseph Gallo Park at that time. So now we have Joseph Gallo, which is a great park. A lot of people like to reserve it. I get calls on it all the time. How can I hold it? It's first come, first serve. I had a grandma out there one time. As soon as the dawn broke, she was out there holding a spot. And so Rec Commission and Jackie had thought, well, we could try and do a park rental for that. Of course, it's small. It's only 12 people. If you've been out there, it's a small area. But it's got a great playground. So these would be the amenities for it and the cost for it. There is no electrical out there, so of course we wouldn't charge for electricity. Okay. And if you notice, our non-resident fee has changed a little bit because of the 20% discount. Again, in 2008, when this was put into play, council in 2008 had approved $84 for non-residents. So now we just make it a standard 20% above whatever the locals pay. So that would go down for non-residents if you approve that. And then, of course, we have a variance request by nonprofit groups. Deposits are required on classifications 2, 3, and 4. Before reservations are confirmed, payment in full in 10 days prior to usage. Events open to the public must have additional insurance coverage. There may be other permits that may be obtained depending on the event, but that hasn't changed either. That's exactly as it is now. Okay. So our party room at Walnut, and so we left the price the same for residents, but of course we would do the 20% difference for non-residents.
Tony, I got a question.
Sure.
With that room, if they get a liquor permit, are they allowed to have liquor or no liquor?
No, it's a school.
Okay.
Yeah, still no liquor. So for the pool, I have been getting calls about the pool. Unfortunately, because we did not move into the red tier in enough time, our pool will not open again this year, so no swim lessons, no pool rentals. But we are looking forward to doing it in 2022. It is a big thing here in Livingston. It is a community pool. We do have joint use with the high school as well. And now that they've redone it, it's beautiful, and I'm sorry we don't get to rent it out this year. So we would, if you don't know, our lifeguards do make a little above minimum wage. All our part-time staff is usually minimum wage, except for the lifeguards, because they have to do a training that costs about $300. And it's a very short season they work, so we do pay them a few dollars more, not a lot more, but a little bit. So that's what these fees are based off of, are the guards, a 2-hour minimum, because by law, if you go out and you have staff, you can't pay them just an hour to go out. It has to be a minimum of 2 hours by law. So that's where this price comes from. And for renting the pool, it's not a bad price. It's just going to help cover it. Like I said, I've got numerous calls about the pool, but it goes based on how many people you have. So each lifeguard you have makes the price go up. And then for Alvarez Field, for you that don't know it, we do own Alvarez Field. It is not the high school, even though we have joint use with the high school. And Matt and the boys do a great job of maintaining that field. If you've ever been out there, it is immaculate. They do a great job. But we do rent it on the weekends, and when we work with Matt, the high school coach, and so we do have Mexican-American League. I did get another call from a pony league from Outwater that would like to use it as well. So when you use Alvarez Field, that's what the current prices are now, non-resident, resident, and leagues. They don't have a problem paying what it is. It's a great field. It's got 90-foot bases. Then, of course, the lights per hour. Because it is a locked facility, we send staff out to open it. So that's why the cost is a little more to rent it. And then field prep, usually they prep their own field. We do have bases out there. We have the chalker, but it's under lock and key. So our staff opens it up. They bring out their own supplies. So we don't do the field prep, but it is available. And of course, the $16.20 is what it would cost to have them chalk it. Again, it's a minimum of 2 hours. And the batting cages, we did add that. A lot of people wanted to use the batting cages, and of course, because it is a locked facility, and we didn't really have a price set up for that. So again, now we've added it in there with our Rec Commission's help. We do, if you don't know, that we do have boys baseball on the first base side. And then on the far side is the softball cage for girls. And we do have regulations and a little waiver if they're not signed up with our recreation department. And then we have our Odie Ortiz soccer field complex. So not much has changed here. What we're trying to do is cover our cost. So this is based on minimum wage increase. Like I said, these prices haven't changed since about 2008. And you know how much minimum wage has changed since 2008. So what we're trying to do is, again, cover our costs. So as you can see, it's based on $15 per hour plus 20% part-time benefits, which means that, yeah, we pay $15 an hour, but we still have to cover FICA and all the other taxes that we all have to pay on our checks to Uncle Sam. So all of that is included in this. Again, it has to be a 2-hour minimum because by law, we pay staff 2 hours. And then the field prep is also new. Well, I shouldn't say new. It was already on there, but we're adjusting it to fit. And you can see because it would take 2 people to do the field times 2 hours, and so you can see what the cost would be. And then what we did add that was new, because we have a lot of people that don't want the big soccer field, so they're willing to use the basin, which is fine. If you don't know what the basin is, it's down where we have our baseball fields. So the basin, if there's no staff that's needed, then basically we just want to charge you what it costs for helping to reseed and wear and tear on the field. So you can see it as a minimal cost. There's no lights out in the basin, but again, it would help cover some of that deficit we have with reseeding and just wear and tear on the field. And you can see that the non-resident fees are not astronomical. It's just 20% more, because again, non-residents, again, do not pay taxes. So we like to recoup some of that cost because residents always get first priority. And that's the end.
Thank you, Tony.
You're welcome. Do you guys have questions,
Council,
concerns?
questions, concerns, comments? Go ahead.
Yes, so thank you for the presentation, very informational, and primarily for the residents out there in the community. So you did mention, and I also noted that the last time that there was any fees increase review was back in 2008, so that's probably roughly about, 13 years ago?
Correct.
Yes.
I actually pulled both the resolutions from 2008 and 2006, and really a lot of these haven't changed since 2006.
And to kind of moving forward or thinking ahead of time, is there a certain number of years that this should be reviewed again instead of waiting 13 years? And
well, we did try and redo it before that, but council a few years ago did not see it as a need, and so it was basically denied at that point. So that's why with our budget crisis and everything kind of coming around, that's why we thought we'd revisit it. And we have a new rec commission, and our rec commission chair is here, Julio Millan, who helped put this together, his kids are in our sports, and he's had to pay the fees, and he's also been part of a private league to pay for the field usage, and he was part of this as well.
Okay. I think now that you mention it, I think I do remember that time. It was probably right before November 2018, I think. So anyways, and my other question was, because the longer we take, it looks like the bigger the increments are, and then we end up, or you end up not having getting back enough funds, which in turn looks like the rec department it's always on the red.
Correct.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, the rec department is not always going to be self-sustaining, but our goal is to try and meet some of those costs, not to have such a big impact on the general fund. And so that's when we do these things, we're going to try and help with that.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Yes.
Yes.
So there were a few things. Sure. I don't know where I saw it, but I did read it. I don't know if it was on the Rec Commission agenda or the presentation that you gave during that time that you guys were planning through this. But I did notice that the non-resident fee was reduced from 75% to just a little over 51%. And I don't particularly care for that move, and I don't particularly care for this 20% reduction in the prices for non-residents. I mean, I am all about youth sports. I am. But again, we serve our community with the children that are coming in. Again, people using the facilities coming into town because, yeah, we're the lowest.
Correct.
Okay, we're the lowest. And that doesn't meet your budgetary needs at all if more people are coming in because the competition, again, they're going to be looking at our parks. Let's get our applications in first, our requests to use the facilities. We're going to, and again, the side of non-resident, and we did this last summer because it was asked of our sports programs, was to collect the information on residential. And again, all but one group of youth sports met that criteria. And I don't particularly like that it was reduced down to 51% now so that now everybody's gonna meet that criteria. I don't think that's fair. So again, looking at that, and I can't recall where I saw that, and it's not on this current presentation?
No, that's in our fee policy, actually. That was recommended by the Rec Commission. It was to help. Some of them were close, but again, youth football makes the majority because they're 90% Livingston residents. We do have a few outside groups, so they need to have at least 51%. So that's more than half. It used to be 75% residents. But the Rec Commission thought it would be fair to some of the other teams because they were playing here, that given the opportunity to maybe get more residents to help build their league and maybe help them make the cost of their own leagues. But yeah, they did decide to drop that down to 51%. You have to have 51% of residents on your team to make it a...
Same thing. I don't like the idea because we don't want to, okay, let's see. Again, I'm not saying I don't want youth. I mean, I want youth. But again, making sure that it's fair to our residents that we do get that priority because now, if it comes right down, push comes to shove, and again, I'm advocating right now for Livingston youth football. I have no choice here. But if push comes to shove and Merced Union High School District, I don't know, some conflict, we're going to have to use those fields right out there. Now, I'm going to try to beat everybody to the punch because now outsiders from Livingston are going to meet this 51%. And so who's got priority now? Not hometown Livingston kids. We met more than 90%. Our youth are almost 100%, I would say 99% proven that they all come from Livingston. And so again, dropping that down to 51% so that people from outside areas can use it, that's great. What groups are we serving there? Who are our other people wanting to use these facilities, non-resident?
We have 2 youth groups for soccer and 1 adult league for soccer.
Are those competitive groups?
They are competitive groups.
So my understanding of recreational sports is that they're not competitive. They are recreation. They don't go by these rough and tough rules that are sports with, say, youth football. We can tackle people. Okay? Basketball, the same thing. It's recreational basketball. We can't steal the ball or anything. It's recreation. We're giving children opportunities to gain self-confidence, to learn the skill. And I'm all, yeah, let's do that. That's what coaches should be doing. But for a competitive program to fall under the umbrella of recreation, I don't get that part. Either you're recreation or you're competitive league.
Oh, no, the 51% to make it a resident team is to rent the field. That's all they're doing is renting the field, not being part of the recreation league. It's just to rent the field. That's all they're doing.
Who's our person that's leading the coaching for the rec department? What league?
I'll open that up to the public right now. Give us a second.
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding what your question is. I'm sorry, Maria.
Who is in charge of the competitive soccer?
Oh, I see what you're asking. I'm sorry. I got it. So, Mr. Soria, he does our adult league. And then we have two other outside organizations, both under NorCal. One is Ana Alberto. She has now submitted new paperwork, and she has met the 51%. She has mostly Livingston residents. That has to be proven either by a water bill or your child is in school here. And the other one is Rigo. It's Espinoza, but no relation to Rod, I don't think. But
brother.
Are they? Oh, he's your brother. Oh, okay. Sorry about that, Rod. I didn't realize you guys were related. So they do rent it. They work around us. They work around other people. We try and do a joint use with everybody to make everybody basically fit in. Livingston programs always take priority. So they have to stop practicing in the mid-July because we start our practice. So our kids still take precedence over an outside league. But we try to make it work. But if a Livingston group comes in, then they always take priority.
Any other questions?
If that question or if that comment from Mr. Rick Soria is if that's towards what I've been speaking on, I'd like to hear from him.
Okay.
So no further questions?
Yeah, well, yeah, I do.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
I was going to hear from Rick first.
Is it related to the question she had? Okay, go ahead.
Sorry, Rick. Let me, can I just leave this here, Rick? Is that all right? I'm going to have to come back anyway. There's your little thing to sign. Go ahead.
Yeah, basically, I'm the CEO of the semi-pro team, so I don't have a league. The league I did have years ago, but it folded for COVID reasons. I couldn't get it running again. I'm the only team standing in men's competitive. I don't do any leagues or youth. The prices that she said were they moved me from 1 to a 4 because of non-residents, because I didn't comply with the players. A lot of my players got COVID. They never returned. They never came full health again, so I had to restart. We had a very bad season this year. We have 2 more games left. This coming Saturday, we play against Modesto Cruisers. But first off is that we have to pay an additional $150 just to get on the field, plus that. Okay, and then I still have to pay our league for the officials, and then the league registration. It's up there in the $10,000 range for my team. These changes all came about after COVID. I don't know about the rec commission, what they had thinking. They're just, I don't know. It's not even correct. We did do a list of players that I submitted, but I told them that the data was to be kept secret. What did they do? They called each single player and asked them for a water bill, or said, they're not a government. They can't be asking those questions of those players. The only thing they need is to know if it's a Livingston team. And here I have the proof of it. I represent Livingston. So wherever I go, I represent Livingston. Livingston Cachorros is the first name that is there. And I've been doing this for 50 years. Close to 50 years. I'm getting ready to retire. I don't know if I will continue doing this again. But yeah, it's unbelievable. I was never contacted to give a debate or even to consider the races. It's dumb. I would recommend City Council not to even approve any of this until they talk to the people that really use the field. And basically, so far that I can tell, I'm the only men's adult team that uses the field. They don't have anybody else that I know of that uses the field for men's. I'm the only one. So they're hitting it on me to pay all their costs. I'll tell you one thing, you can raise the cost, but I'm going to get a Jimmy Hoffa if I even say this. I would recommend City Council to raise the tax, 2 cents. It'll give them the money that they need. But I don't know if you guys want to go there or not, but it's something that all the residents that are hearing me right now, it's a good idea to do a 2-cent increase in tax on recreational sports, gives them the money that they need, and not to tackle it on me. I'm getting all the weight put on me because I'm the only one using the field so far for a men's adult. The youth, they're out there. I do have youth that come in. They're from they're from local with Anna's group that they use the field, but they usually use the lower field. Livingston Fuego, they moved to the high school. I don't know, for whatever reason, they're at the high school right now. So that leaves me more leisure time to do what I have to do on my my team. But I'm not recommending any of this stuff until it goes through the teams that really are going to get hammered on this. And believe me, the COVID, we still have not recovered yet. I lost a lot of good members of my family and a lot of friends that have passed away that I'll never see again. But this is ridiculous. This should not happen. This increase should not happen at all. And the Rec Commission is at fault because they got faulty information and they don't know what they're talking about. I'm telling it to you straight. I'm the one that goes out there and checks the field, make sure it's presentable. And I work with maintenance to get her all those gopher holes. Beforehand, there was events, 4th of July, a circus, car shows, truck shows. That's not a venue for that. That's a soccer field. You guys damage it. Every single year, it will get damaged. 4th of July, the water will be turned off for 2 weeks. All the soccer field was dying. Nobody watered, nobody cared. Not even Tony or Jackie or the Rec Commission went over there to look at it. I had to go out there and push buttons and step on toes and shake trees and step on people just to get something going out there on the soccer field. And believe me, you think that people are going to be able to pay this, you're dead wrong. You're just going to drive them away. The Livingston youth that are out there playing is because they're from Livingston. I, unfortunately, am a competitive team. It's a difference, a big, big difference. I have to recruit players from wherever I can get them. If I can't get them from Livingston, I go to Merced. So I have a Merced player, a Winton player, and they come with me. This is what they wear. They represent Livingston. So if a Livingston player goes to Tarlock or Modesto, then they represent them over there. But when they come to me, and that's the thing, that I have a quarrel with them in the park rec, because every single time I come in, there's always something different. Ordinance this, ordinance that. I mean, I'm getting hammered. I'm up to here already. I'm getting ready to quit. I don't want to do this. If I have to deal with the rec every single time, they don't even know what they're doing. Half of the time, I can't even hear them when I go in there because of those panels that they put up. It's so noisy. There's 4 or 5 people talking in there. You can't even hear them. What did you say? I didn't hear you. What did you say? Maybe about four or five times till I finally get it right. But the increases have damaged me, and I'm not appreciative of that. So I'm recommending the council not to do the increases yet. Wait a little bit longer for the increases until I can recover, or any other team that wants to come and rent the facility. But the ones that are supposed to pay the 150 should be the outside teams. It shouldn't be the Livingston teams. Because the only thing I have to do to go in there is show my ID that I'm from Livingston. The team is from Livingston. And any player that comes from another city to play competitive with me, it's competitive. If I don't have players here from Livingston that want to play, then I'll recruit from somewhere else. And if I need to go to another city, then I'll change the name. Then I'll represent them. But this is the only semi-pro team left standing with the men's. There's no other teams. We used to have 15 a while back when I had the league. They all went kaput on COVID. COVID hurt us tremendously, and we still haven't recovered yet. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Soria, I really appreciate your comments, and I'm sorry to hear of the tragedies with your program and with your families. But again, addressing this with the Rec Commission, the non-resident, and I don't know if that was that totally adopted, the percentage? Because that I do not agree with. Again, I feel for non-residents, but again, if them coming from out of town wanting to use our facilities, Turlock is way bigger, way many players. They can recruit. However, us in Livingston, we cannot. We have certain dynamics that we have to do in order to get players to come out. And again, we're competitive. We're I'm speaking on LIF. We're nonprofit. We became self-sustaining because we too had to raise our prices on our players. And we do meet the criteria here, but all that, what was asked of us last year to meet the resident criteria, and then to have it reduced down to 51% so that we can, it's just like, we don't change home plate or the strike zone just to accommodate. Again, I'm at a loss for this. I appreciate youth sports. I appreciate the representation that we have. When we travel out of town, we represent Livingston as a team. But when it comes down to who they are, where they're from, and what kind of fees that are going to be imposed on us when we pay Rec Commission, because we pay for the same exact facilities. We use Alvarez Field. We use Memorial Park. We do the thing with Livingston High School, Merced Union High School District. And again, if we needed to use Max Foster, and again, working with the 4th of July committee, I understand the heartaches of needing to use park facilities, but again, we work in conjunction with the city of Livingston to get those events done, and I totally appreciate that. But going back to these fees, and again, I don't agree with that being lowered. I do believe that the non-resident fees need to be increased more substantially to meet your goal to become self-sustaining. Because lowering it, I don't get it. In regards to the basin, I've seen soccer practice out there.
Yes.
Who's responsible for getting that light tower out there in the basin?
That would be that particular group, Ana Alberto's group. They have worked in conjunction with Public Works. Anthony might be able to tell you how that works a little bit more with him and his department. But I know that they do basically pay for some of it, Anthony. And then I can address some of Mr. Soria's concerns on the fees that he was charged and why.
Yeah, Anna, I don't know her last name.
Alberto.
Alberta. She comes and borrows the light tower. I'm not sure if she's doing it anymore. I haven't seen her lately out there, but she was coming like every Thursday for a little while. But now that it gets darker later, I don't think she's doing it anymore.
Okay, I just had a real big concern with that because, again, that is a city light tower. And I know that when we've tried to work with city, again, on different events, that was a liability. And again, I'm going to put that out there. We're having a private citizen in charge of a competitive group. I think they're competitive. I'm not sure what kind of program that she runs. But again, hauling that expensive equipment that belongs to the city of Livingston is a liability. So when we talk about liabilities that can fall on the city of Livingston, we're looking at everything.
I can help with that liability issue. When they go to use any of our fields and we have a league, they are mandated to have insurance to cover the city of Livingston for $1 million. So I'm not sure exactly how the light tower thing works, but she does have insurance as a private group.
If council, thank you, Councilwoman. Let me just step in real quick here. If council wants to totally close the door on the use of the light towers, that's something certainly that, and we just basically not let anybody borrow it. There's been occasions where we've allowed the use of that when there's been fundraisers by the high school. I forget.
Sober grad.
Sober graduation. What's the name of the gentleman that he was a teacher at Livingston at the high school? Mr. Arroyo, other end. So
Yeah, the graduation.
graduation, things like that nature. But certainly council can give us some direction. Say, no use, or just leave it to the discretion of staff.
That will have to be at a later time because we have to stay on the current agenda.
That's correct, Mayor. Thank you.
So I can address some of Mr. Soria's concerns because I've been working with Rick a long time. So we did used to charge him $30 a resident fee, which, as you know, has been in place. What we didn't used to charge was the deposit. But because now we are held accountable, we have moved into our own line items. So, and things that were in Jackie's control, such as fee waivers and those, no longer exist. So now we had to go by the fee policy, which has again been in place since 2008. So we did charge him the deposit, that's the $150. We do keep it on file until he requests it back. We do that with a lot of teams that use our field on a regular basis. So, but we've never had a problem with Rick, so I don't want you to think that's the reason we charged him. He leaves it better than he finds it. We've never had an issue with Rick. It's just now because we are being held accountable for our own budget and our part of the general fund, we have to now step up what was already in play, basically. For the longest time, Rick was our only person, but now we have more people that want to use the field. So we're trying to be fair across the board. Everything that I have brought to you is already in our fee policy. That hasn't changed. The only thing that had changed was we did add some rules. We changed the 51%. You guys should have got that in your packet as well, the fee policy. The fee policy, it's been the same one since 2008. The fee policy was just now, you guys are going to go ahead and vote on that tonight, hopefully. But the fee policy has been the same fee policy since 2008. But that's why we have to bring it to you to add the new parks, take out some things like this used to be a recreation facility where you could rent it out for parties, and you can see that no longer exists. So we are taking those kinds of things out and putting in our new parks. But the fee policy has been the same. We just now have to adhere to it better than we were doing before. So, and I think that's where some of the discrepancies are coming in. But Rick might have another.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and open it up back to the public, so you'll start it off.
Okay, one thing, Mrs. Soto. If it wasn't for me and Arturo, you will never have that field. The reason I got that field is because I had a little mole here in the city gave me inside information about some money that they were hoarding, a little over $650,000. Why? It was for a golf course they wanted to put in. So I brought it up to city council. Hey, you know, we need a soccer field out there because we were literally playing in the streets at that time because we didn't have a place to go to. We came to the city. We got Alvarez Field. We got kicked out of there. There was 3 teams, Changuitiro, Cachorros, and Guapamacato. These were teams that were playing there. Each of us paid $800. We got to play 1 game, and the park commissioner, John, I forget his last name, he said, you guys are no longer allowed to play there because you guys killed our Bermuda grass, which usually dies in the winter. So they never gave us back our money. So as hardships, we've been through a lot. And that what you're saying about the competitive and residential, leave it to the coaches who represent Livingston. All you need is their ID. That shows that they're from Livingston. And that's what I was doing beforehand. And like I said, beforehand, we used to pay, go get our key. You know, Mr. Jose Ramirez can check and see if they're still functional or not functional. You can eliminate that person to go out there and turn the keys on. And about those portable lights at the gutter, we used them. We never had no incidents. As long as the city puts them out there properly, because there's going to be a time when the field is going to be closed for maintenance. Where are we going to go to play soccer without lights? We don't have a place for the winter time when they close. And it becomes a big mess. So those lights, I would recommend that city leave them for if we in case need them to go out there and practice. You never know in the future what might happen. But they're pretty much safe if they stand them up the way they're supposed to and properly. But I don't recommend a person from the city resident to do it. I would recommend city to go out there and prop it open for them. But like I said, if it was not for me and Arturo Polido, you would not have that complex out there. Dead serious. You would not have it. You would have had a golf course over there by the police shooting range. That's where that money was going to be funneled to. But thank God heard me and gave the city council wise mind, intelligence to get the soccer field going. And it's like I said, it hasn't been maintained as well as I would like to. You know, they could do better, but they're doing better. The golfers are still coming out, but, you know, that Park Rec Commission, I don't know if they see it or they're blind to it. I mean, every time I go to Chavera and let them know, hey, this is what needs to be done. Some sprinklers are damaged. Some roots have come out that hinder for a game. At the professional level, they want perfectness. There are standards that I have to meet. And if I don't meet those standards from the UPLSL, guess what? I don't play, period. So far I've been meeting the standards on the field, but it could be maintained better. You guys want to get more soccer fields? You better have enough people to maintain it, because the one person that does it, you know, he's got to do all these other parks and then come back and do my headstrong, hey, this needs to be taken care of. This needs to be moved over here. You know, I'm willing to work with them, you know, but they got to work with me too. You know, it's a hand-in-hand situation. You know, support Livingston. You know, and I don't see the reg supporting Livingston at all. I don't really see it. And I've never seen it. And I sat on there for 14 years. We only did one little project, and that was that little guy's baseball field in the back where the grass is at. 14 years, that was the only thing that I can remember that we did.
Okay, so
after that time, we didn't even meet.
All right, Rick.
Thank you.
Trevor, you had something to say?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just want to clarify, the agenda item in front of the council is specific to consideration of the Parks and Recreation fee policy. So if the council so chooses to make a decision in the future about anything outside of what's specifically in the fee policy, that's something that we would want your council's direction on and agendize for future meetings.
Thank you, Trevor. We'll continue with public comment. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mayor. I'm used to the chair, I guess. Well, it's pretty difficult. Like I said, we had to make hard decisions back in 2008, and now you guys have to make that decision. But unfortunately, a lot of the same people that come to this community come to the schools, and I would suggest that you go back and have a mutual meeting with recreation, because recreation is totally it needs to be advised and get that advice back to the council. I'm as I remember when I was a mayor, I know that one or two members of the recreation come from outside the city, and with that, the fees should in my opinion, like I said, it should be school districts fees, not just the city of Livingston, because you have many businesses that support this community from just outside Livingston. And so when recreation department needs donations, they all go to outside, all the farmers, businesses around the community. You ask them to donate, so that's all the funds that pay for, not just coaching, but all some of the fees that they help out in the program. So, you guys are assessing those donations, and but the same thing that some of the the students should be the same way from school districts, not from just the city limits. That's my opinion, and you guys have a hard decision to make. So I know, and I know Mr. Soria has been for years complaining to the council when I was here that that we had too many events and we would damage the soccer fields. He complained to us a lot of time, and I understand him. It's frustrating when you have a program and in the summer, and you have hundreds of people or maybe thousands of people that damage the grass, and it takes weeks to get them back. So I understand, and plus gophers. It's people can get with the running, they can get injured. So I would suggest that you go back, and I don't think you still need a lot of input and revision. So I think I just suggest that go back and revise it before you guys approve something. So thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment?
In response to Mr. Espinosa's, it is anybody who goes to the Livingston schools. So one of the things Rick was asking when we called his members is we have to verify. You're supposed to turn it in when you submit your league roster, as Maria knows, or anybody else who has done an outside league. It's supposed to be turned in with it. Otherwise, it's considered nobody's a resident if we don't have proof. And that is in the recreation fee policy. It has been there since 2008. That has not changed. So when he didn't do it, we thought we would help Rick out and do it discreetly. You could tell he was not happy with that, but we did try. So it just didn't work out the way that he had hoped. And so again, we have to adhere to our fee policy because now we are being held accountable for our part of the budget. So everything that's in there has been in there since, like I said, 2008. We just now have to be held a little more responsible for those fees and bringing them up to date. So hopefully that gives you some idea.
Thank you. Any other further public comment? Anybody?
Yes, Jason Ross.
Go ahead.
29 Spruce Court. On this issue, I think it needs a little more time and a little more preparation and a little more thought on this. I do believe that these need to go up, and for outside residents, I believe that we need to really look at it and do a little bit more research. We're a small city, but we still need to compete, and we need to be fair. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'm not sure if Mr. Ross, all of his kids have gone through our program, so he's very familiar with the recreation department. And I'm not sure if he could see the slideshow, but if you notice, it went up $5 since 2008. That is Basketball went up $10, but our minimum wage has gone up astronomically. So one of the things that we're asking is, I know people would like more input, but we have collected from Atwater, Turlock, Merced, and you can see all their fees. And you know that they have all gone up. I have gotten calls from McSwain District. They pay double what we pay for soccer. So that's why we were going to adhere to the $5 non-resident fee. Of course, residents always take priority. But because of our budget crisis, I really would like you guys to think about that issue, and it is such a minimal cost that we're asking to raise the fees by.
Thank you, Tony. All right, so I don't see any other public comment. Nobody on the phone? Okay, I'll bring it back to council to see any further comments, suggestions. What do you guys think?
If I may. So for the last couple of years, I've been attending the REC Commission meetings, and just lately, also I've been attending now as a liaison from the council to the REC Commission meetings. This is nothing new. This is something that has been going on, has been in discussion for over 2 years. I've been probably at 98% of those meetings, and those meetings are advertised. Those meetings are always out there. They don't get canceled unless there's nothing there. But most of the time, I probably only remember one meeting being canceled. So I think it's, a little bit, I don't think, the REC commissioners, they invest their time in participating in their volunteers. So to say that they don't do their, they haven't done their work, I think it's not fair. So, we are in tough times, totally, but that's a separate point. So, I just wanted to kind of say that in appreciation of everyone that has volunteered their time, at least from what I remember, at least almost 3 years that I've been attending those meetings. And once again, yes, it is very hard, and actually, if I remember correctly, those fees were considered a little bit higher, and they brought it down. I think it was from $10 to $5, if I remember correctly.
That's correct.
So, it's something for everyone to consider. Times are tough, that's reality. But then again, when it comes time for the budget, we have to consider. And I remember when the rec department was being blamed being on the red, So when that time comes again, we need to make sure that we remember whatever decisions we make, it's also our decisions, whether they're on the red or not.
And Mr. Moran brings up a valid point. We took over a year to gather all this information. It has been brought up. We went over it. Each individual sport, it didn't all happen at one meeting. So this was time and effort our rec commission put in. And we did one night, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, that we went over this line by line, item by item. So, and it was over a year that it took to put this together and gather all the information. So it wasn't something we just sat down and thought, hey, let's just raise the prices today. No, we did our due diligence, and we brought it to council before, asked us to gather more information, so we came back. That's what we've done, and you could see it's not a huge jump. From 2008 to 2021, $5 is not a huge jump. Even the park rental fees, all the amenities it takes to sanitize, to provide paper products, all those costs have to be met. Just like if I went to your home, you provide that as a guest for me. So as residents, we provide it, for staff, we provide it for the residents already. But we also have to be responsible for that cost. And so that's all we're asking, is to help us cover our cost and recreation.
Thank you,
so just
Tony.
something for you to think about.
Any other questions, council?
So again, the work that the commission does, the rec department, it doesn't go unappreciated. I know that you've been working on this because it has come up before council, and it got pushed back, and it got pushed back, and it got pushed back, and here it is, for being held accountable for the things that come, for the costs that come out of the rec department and costs that that you guys incur. Again, it's totally upside down. So when we're looking at this and fee increases since 2008, $5 isn't a lot. And again, I want our kids to play. I mean, you're out there hitting the same sponsors that us as a nonprofit are trying to hit the same sponsors. So we're competing. But we can't, on the non-resident, we can't have both. If you're decreasing the fee and then decreasing the amount at the same time, down from 75 cents to 51 cents so they can meet that criteria, but then not charging them, reducing their fee costs, I don't agree with that. So again, if we can reevaluate everything that's presented here and get everybody to be on the same pages of what type of fee increase, and again, imposing that on our youth is really hard. But then again, when we know the costs of all the maintenance that it takes to run a program, which again, we're mostly aware of those costs. If you want to be self-sustaining, someone's got to be hit with that. And our residents, and the parents, again,
And that is something the Rec Commission had taken into consideration, the impact it would have on the youth and the parents here. So, and all of their kids have played in our program, are currently playing in our program. So they understand the cost, but they also know that we have to meet our budget as well. So hopefully you will be able to look at the fee increase for the recreation sports and see it as a minimal cost and agree to that. And for the park rentals, again, just to help us meet that cost, and I'm sure Anthony would be appreciative for his own budget to help meet those costs as well for the fee rentals for the parks. It's, again, a minimal cost.
Just real quick, Tony, in regards to my comment, Rick, we appreciate you, and you know that you've done a lot for the city and recreation, so just know that we acknowledge you and good work with everybody and bringing the semi-professional here to the city. In regards to the Rec Commission, I know they do a great job. I know they talked about it multiple times, spend a lot of time going, like you said, item by item, so I appreciate all their work and the recommendation. Like you said, it has been pushed back several times, and to be considerate of our community and however, like we stated, all of us stated, we are trying to make the rec department self-sufficient. It's not like we're making money out of it or anything like that, just to maintain it and to be able to provide those programs. It's not we're making any money out of it or anything special. It's just cost of living increases, all that stuff goes up, and then we have to keep going with the times to be able to maintain the actual program where it's not going to exist here. I understand everybody's concerns, absolutely, but ultimately, it's a hard decision, and for all of us, I know we don't take it lightly. We have been pushing it back and talked about it for many, many times and several years, several times. So, Council, what are your any motions, any direction in regards to this item?
Again, you've already heard from me, but again, if I need to make a recommendation, I don't agree with some parts of it. So if I don't agree with speaking for me, I'm not agreeing with some parts of it, that means all of it.
The 51%? Mm-hmm. That is actually done through a Rec Commission for that particular policy. And so that can always be taken up with, because that's already been changed. That's changed. That's not something we're asking council's approval on. That's already been changed through the Recreation Commission. What we're asking tonight is just for the fee increase for the parks and for our recreational programming. That's what we're asking for tonight.
And again, if that was already approved, I mean, I didn't hear of it coming up to here, but
It
again,
actually went through the Recreation Commission because it has to do with recreation and that policy. And so that's something that went through them and they approved it. And I don't believe we needed...
You're an oversight committee, correct?
We are an oversight committee, correct.
That comes here, right?
I might need a little clarification on that, Jose.
Trevor, you want to chime in?
Of course, Mayor. So the way it has been agendized, as well as the resolution that's been put forth in front of the council, is asking for the council's approval of the new fees contained in the park recreation fee policy incorporated herein. I would have to have more time with regards to the question from Councilman Soto regarding the approval or the implementation of a specific policy in regards to a fee. That's something that was not presented before the city attorney's office.
So that's something obviously not part of this item, but certainly it seems like we could look into.
That's correct. That's correct. So all I'm asking for is for the fees tonight. But of course, Maria, you are always welcome to come to the Recreation Commission. I can always put it on the agenda if you let me know. That's not a problem, and we can always open it back up for discussion about resident, non-resident teams and the qualifications for that. That is not a problem.
Okay, so in regards to tonight's fee schedule, if you're already looking at that 51% drop in resident, then what I said before, you can't have both. Decreasing the non-resident down to less. I mean, that's what I read.
On the park rentals and
yeah.
Okay. Okay, so let me clarify that just a little bit. So when you come to rent the park, if you're a resident, it's $30 to rent the park. Currently, and the previous council had suggested $84 if you're a non-resident. Well, there was no rhyme or reason on why they chose the $84, or if there is, I don't know about it. So when we took it to Rec Commission, when we were doing the parks, we did a flat 20% above. So if you're a non-resident, you will pay 20% more of a fee than a resident. And then what we're asking, if you're a non-resident playing here in Livingston in our youth sports, you will be charged an additional $5 for not being a resident. And that means not attending school here in Livingston or having a Livingston address. So that's what I'm presenting for you before you tonight, are those fees.
Mayor, if I may?
Go ahead.
So it sounds, from my understanding, that Councilman Soto is not approving of the non-resident fee.
Or even the minimum.
Okay, so that's when you have a non-resident team or a league play here. In order, what makes a resident team is what Councilwoman Soto is having the issue with. So that went before the Rec Commission, and they recommended that we change that part of our policy, and our understanding is that that didn't have to go before council. Now, if we're wrong on that, we can always readdress that, but that's not what I'm asking for tonight. Okay, so resident team, non-resident team, that's all separate. What I'm asking is for our fees tonight.
Wouldn't that be a fee increase?
No, there's no fee increase on the percentage of the team to make you a resident team or a non-resident team.
But isn't it collectively raising the fees across the board?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what he asked.
Aren't you seeking approval to raise the fees?
Again, Trevor?
Is staff seeking approval to raise? or is the non-resident fee versus the resident fee remaining the same?
Trevor, this is Jose. So basically, staff is recommending that they are looking for increase in the fees for both, residential and non-residential, those who use the sports. I think where there's a little bit of the confusion is with regards to, and this is what Trevor's asking, Tony, is the 51%. If the team happens to not have 51% of the players from Livingston, is there an increase in fees for that?
Then they're considered a non-resident team and they get charged the non-resident fee price.
Okay, and what is that?
For an outside team, basically it's when they rent our fields.
Yes.
So when you rent
So
our
if
fields,
you
it's
highlight that-
actually less now.
Okay, yeah, if you can highlight that, that's where a little bit of the
Okay, and that,
clarification.
Monica, if you could put it back up, it is on there.
Yeah, I know it's on there, but just talk about it.
Change
so
in
that-
fee, right?
It's like an indirect impact, the way that I'm seeing
is it
it.
I guess
And
the
we
further
can-
question, is it it's a
We
change
can
to
leave it.
existing fee
Currently,
schedule, correct?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Trevor, go ahead.
It's a change in the current fee schedule.
Yes.
Yes, that's correct. That's correct.
Is that what he's asking? Oh, that's what you're saying. Okay. So, and it's up to you whether we approve this or not, as is, or, so we did it as a 20%. If you don't think it's valid that we do 20% and you'd like to leave it at the current non-resident fee price, absolutely. But for the residents that do come to rent our parks, unfortunately, it would be a $10 increase. But again, it hasn't been increased since 2008. So you can see where we're running into a little qualm there. But if you choose not to do the 20% and leave it at the $84, so be it. Not a problem. It's entirely up to council on how they'd like this direction to go.
So Tony, if that's the case, then what would be the current cost versus the percentage of 20% cost moving forward, so that council has something to compare?
So if you see all the highlighted, that's our proposed fee. The one in just black with the little asterisk next to it, that's our current fee. Again, they have not changed. So we just did the flat 20%. But again, if you don't see that as valid and you'd like to leave it at the 84, then that's fine as well. But for current residents, even though they pay taxes, we still have to try and meet those costs. So we would like those costs to help be met with your approval.
We already closed public comment, sir. I'm sorry. So, council?
I can look at another slide if you guys have more questions for the youth sports as well. So baseball and softball, we'll just start there. You can see what our city costs are. And even here, we're still not making it. It'll still dip into the general fund, but it will help close the deficit. And so, but then if you're a non-resident, you will pay this plus $5 more. And again, that will just because you don't pay taxes here, you don't go to school here, this is going to help cover some of that non-resident cost.
Thank you, Tony. Just in general, it sounds like there's a lot of questions. I don't know if council would be okay with continuing the item, further, having maybe one-on-one staff time to ask those questions.
Of course.
And all that, or if somebody wants to make a motion.
I'll make the motion to continue this item.
So we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Garcia. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
I have a second by Councilmember Kane. We get a roll call.
Roll call. Councilmember Soto?
Yes.
Councilmember Moran?
Can I abstain? Is that a... Is that such a thing?
Trevor?
Trevor?
It is, Councilmember Years, that's well within your rights to abstain from voting.
I guess I abstain.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Aguilar.
I'll abstain also.
Motion approved by a vote of 3-0.
So is there anything you guys would like to know in particular that I could gather information on so we could start moving forward?
I think once staff could reach out to you and, ask you those questions.
Okay, that would be great. Yes, anytime. I'm available this week. Just know that after the 23rd, I will be on vacation for about 4 days. So, no. But other than that, I am absolutely available.
When are,
Thank you, Tony.
I know you've started some signups already for soccer. When are the other, is that the only upcoming
I didn't
sport?
get to do my staff report. So if I can, I'll do my staff report really quick.
I just
and it
want to
covers
make
that.
sure that once we get all the information that we have, that it's up and ready for the next
currently
sign-up periods of
we would
of the
have to
next
leave
sport.
it. The next sport after
The next sport.
It would have to go into the next sport.
Well, go ahead. We're gonna have to continue on with the agenda.
Right. I was missed during the staff report, so.
You want to?
If I could just do it,
Yeah.
it'll take me about a minute. I'll
Okay.
talk really fast.
Go for it.
Okay. Taco Tuesday, we had that for the Centennial Committee. I want to thank everybody who volunteered, bought tickets, came out to support this event. I feel like we can improve at our next one. This was a great learning curve, as Juan and Jose both know. A great support system. I think I hugged you both. So thank you. And thank our Rec Commission who were able to attend. The Centennial Update with Babs is here from our Historical Society. We still have the banks for sale. They're $5. We'll have those on sale at City Hall through the entire Centennial or until we run out. I did meet with the Centennial Committee and the Historical Society, and they have approved to get the Livingston Chronicles digitized. And so we're super excited about that. They will make they're very exciting to go through. So it'll make it more accessible to the residents of Livingston, or if you've moved away, you'll be able to access them. Youth soccer update. We had our first sign up. Super successful. We did 88 kids in 2 hours. So kids are ready to hit back and getting into sports. Our next sign up is June 19th. It's a Saturday from 9 to noon here at City Hall. The last registration date will be July 10th. Same times. Of course, we always need coaches in all divisions. Recreation classes will resume in August. That is karate, ballet, and we're happy to bring you Bhangra dance now with Anita Dillon. She is on our LTAC committee. And so we are super excited about that. And all this information is already on our Facebook website, so dates, times, starting, all of that, and the instructors as well. But of course, you can always give me a call at 394-8830. And our last thing is thank you, Mr. Moran, for sending the Krav Maga our way. I met with Maria and Luis, and they are awesome. It is amazing. We are looking at doing a women's self-defense class. Hopefully near the end of June. I'll be posting some videos on that. So if your daughters are going off to college, my mom made me take a self-defense class when I went to college. So hopefully if your daughter's going off to college, this is something you probably want to look into. And I am super excited about it after I met with them, and they already have a class ongoing in Merced. So that's where we are in recreation. And of course, I look forward to meeting with all of you and answering whatever questions I can. And I'll have coffee. So come by.
Thank you, Tony. Now we're moving on to citizen comments. Members of the public wishing to address the council will be given the same time allotment for comments 3 minutes, normally allowed for meeting subject to the provisions of executive order. This section of the agenda allows members of the public to address the city council on any item not otherwise on the agenda. Members of the public, when recognized by the mayor, should come forward and identify themselves. Comments are normally limited to 3 minutes in accordance with state open meeting laws. No action will be taken by the city council this evening. For items which are on the agenda this evening, members of the public will provide an opportunity to address the city council as each item is brought up for discussion. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you again, Rodrigo Espinosa. I'm here on a personal note. I wanted to make a complaint, not in writing yet, for my subdivision, the Sun Valley subdivision. I live south of Peach on Sun Valley, and I know that as of a year ago, they finished the last house in that subdivision, and then we approved that development back in the early 2000s, and so finally, it got developed, and but with many complaints from every house. When I was still mayor, we had a lot of residents that bought homes there, complaints, and I know that the sidewalks were all broken, and I know that I want to make sure that the attorney is listening, because I know that I sent the city manager a lot of pictures of the sidewalk all around the streets are all broken, because when they were building the homes and putting the tiles on top of the roof, they would go over with the big trucks full of cement and to pour in the back and whatever, and all the tiles as well over the sidewalks. So the sidewalks were left there after the last crash, and so they were there already, and so they broke them, but they haven't fixed them. So I know that the city is holding a bond, and I don't know if the full council understands what a bond is. Once the development, gets approved, they have a bond to make sure they finish it, and then the streets and all the infrastructure is turned over to the city. So the city, I don't think, has full control yet. And so I bought a home with a 3-car garage, but it only has a 2-car garage entrance onto it. So I needed a wider sidewalk as well. But and that's what I'm asking the city is to call a bond so they can fix all the sidewalks, because it's just the years are passing by, and many of the residents are still angry, and some, like I said, some sell, and they're still frustrated. We know that our personal issue is that we have to, we have attorneys that come over to us and to sue the developer, but that's a personal basis for the home. But the sidewalks, the city has to call a bond so they can fix. The city can call fix the sidewalks, and also the park. The pond doesn't percolate the water, and the city has spent a lot of money from the lighting and landscaping fees to fix those the pond so that it can percolate or pump that water into the canal. So there's a lot of fees that I've seen over the past, and I've taken a lot of pictures, and I want to make sure that the city calls a bond so we can do something and fix the sidewalks accordingly. And because I know that, like I said, again, all those streets and infrastructure, lighting and sidewalks doesn't belong to the city yet until it's turned over finally and the council approves accepting the streets and all the infrastructure. So I just wanted to state that, and just to let the council know, and that way they can, you can check on that with closed session, and hopefully and just educate the council on the bond and all the procedure so that all the stuff can get fixed, including the park and the sidewalks. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. This is Babs Ratzliff, 1458 Main Street, and this is going to be short. But I want to thank you for your help or whatever with our museum. I'm in the president, of course, And we plan to open soon, but we have to have a meeting and decide how we're going to do that with the masks or whatever. So we're working on that. But one thing I'd like to request is the windows that we have in the museum are pretty bad shape. I hate to have we don't want to replace the window, but if you could just putty the windows or somehow fix them so they look right, it would be nice. And so, again, I thank you and hope we can do that. And Tony, thank you for your doing your job. And I've never seen it like that, so I'm very impressed.
Thank you so much. Any other public comment? Go ahead, sir.
All right. My name is Dwight Larks. I was raised here in Livingston. And I wanted to, can I talk about the chief of police? All right. So was that the timer? Was that what that was? What was that? Did I win? I want to see a chief of police, no disrespect, or I'm not casting any aspersions on the new chief of police. Congratulations to him. I'd like to see a chief of police that looks like the people from Livingston. I want to see a brown chief of police. I want to see maybe an Indian one or a Mexican one or a cross between the two. Like, I want our people that work at these high positions to look like the people they're serving. That's one of my concerns, and maybe it's a bias because that's just the way I think. Also heard a rumor that there's some kind of a recall or something on some elected officials. I'm not sure if it's true, but I think it's a huge waste of money. I think it's unfair, and if it does happen, I just think that we're working backwards instead of making the city money and finding ways to improve the city. It's working backwards. I don't know. I'm hearing all kinds of things. So, and the other thing too is, how many times can you guys run for office? Are you guys I heard there's no term limits. No disrespect to any of you guys, but maybe you guys should consider term limits, because even George Washington put term limits on himself, on his position. So anyway, thank you all for everything you do. I know that you guys aren't paid, and it's a lot of work, so I appreciate it, and that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Any other public comment?
Yeah, if I could say something.
Go ahead, on the phone.
Hey, Walter King. Again, I agree with Supervisor Espinoza that there are certain streets, sidewalks, and driveways that don't coincide with the home. I also live in a three-car garage. I brought you up to the city when I was denied. So I just want to make sure that if you guys are fixing once, that you guys are getting ready to fix everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Mayor, council members, and fellow residents of Livingston. My name is Leticia Vasquez, and I am here seeking clarification and guidance, and to tell the council, do better. A few weeks back, on the Livingston City News page, I posted a picture of our mayor, Councilwoman Soto, and an individual who is proposing a cannabis business be open in our downtown area. On that post, I asked two questions. One, does the mayor of Livingston, Juan Aguilar, and the city councilwoman, Maria Soto, support Mr. Larks? Two, does the mayor and the city councilwoman Soto have a personal relationship with Mr. Larks? And I continue by adding, this is important because they are decision makers of whether Mr. Larks' business gets approved. If the answer to these questions is yes, then I will request for the mayor and the city councilwoman Soto to recuse themselves when the time comes. And I would love to hear from the city attorney to guide me and educate me on this once I'm done. Some suggested that I could have framed the questions differently, and I agree. How I framed the questions might have looked a little different, but the end result is that I wanted to bring conversation to ensure that every resident is heard. As a resident of the city, I have the right to ask council questions when it relates to our city. And I am also aware that in no capacity am I able to tell council who to socialize with or not. That was not the intent of my post. My post received a lot of attention from both sides of the spectrum, which to me was a good way to engage in constructive dialogue. I, however, received threats from people in our community. A person posted that I get called out and to handle it at the Arquillian Park To me, that was an indication of violence towards me. What followed this after this post left me shocked. Our mayor's reaction was to laugh at that post that encouraged violence towards me. Councilmember King liked this post as well. Liking such comments is setting an example that violence is okay. Residents witnessing this might feel discouraged to speak up and question our elected officials because of the backlash they might receive not only by fellow residents, but by our elected officials. Councilwoman Soto shared about a dog study and referenced it back to me. This is how you handle criticism? By attacking the people that voted for you? I supported our mayor during his elections. I helped distribute flyers with my family.
Can I interrupt you? We're at 3 minutes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And just real quick, Letty, I wanted to apologize if you took it the wrong way. I think it was a separate post, not that one, that I laughed on the comment. I didn't know it was specific to you. I know the guy that made that post, and it was just an inside joke with Livingston people. Like, it's so petty that we were going to like the park. So it wasn't nothing intentional towards you. So if you felt like that way, I apologize to you. I know your husband. He's my fraternity brother for decades. So I have no hard feeling towards you or nothing. You're right. The question could have been asked differently, and I think that's what created kind of a backlash towards you. But I don't condone any violence or any wrongdoing towards you. I respect you, and I just want to make sure. I think the laughing was at a separate post. Is that correct? And I didn't know. Yeah, go ahead. I didn't know it was towards you. It was just kind of I know the guy. He's a good guy. He's a good-spirited guy, and it was kind of a inside thing. Like, it's so petty that, we have to resort to that kind of behavior on there. So it wasn't towards you.
Yeah, and you're right. It wasn't under my original post. It was a different post because I did block people and removed a lot of people from my page because of that backlash that I received from people. But whether it's a joke or not, it's talking about violence, and it's talking about beating people up at the park. And I know somebody there posted that this is something that it's an inside joke. I grew up here. I didn't know about that. And so I appreciate you apologizing to me. I think that I have really high hopes, and I expect for our elected officials to react and behave differently, even if it's on social media, because we are watching you. And I appreciate this time.
No, yeah, absolutely. Like I said, I apologize if I offended you. It is a kind of inside joke. Maybe the age difference there. Yeah. But that's what, back in the day, people used to resort to any petty little thing. So it was really, seriously, just an inside thing. And I didn't know it was you because the post didn't have any names on there. And it was kind of between me and the guy that I know for, he's a good guy. He's a good part of the community. So I apologize. I didn't mean to offend you.
I appreciate that.
And it's like I've told you, like I've told many people from the beginning, it's good to encourage conversation and discussion. And then, like I said, like, your husband, I'm not going to say his name, but like, come on, like I went to school with him. Like, trust me, we know each other pretty well in different situations. So I would never offend his wife. So if you took it that way, I totally apologize because that's not what my intention at all. Okay.
Thank you.
So you were invited back to the podium. You can go ahead and finish. Additional 3 minutes.
Okay. Let's see. So not because I supported you during the election doesn't mean that I don't get to question. Another thing that I've noticed is that there's been a local family that has been attending city council meetings consistently due to a council member, Mr. King, verbally harassing a woman, and nothing has been done about this. A code of conduct was shared and passed, but is it taken seriously, and are we following our code of conduct? I asked the council that you do better. As elected officials, you would not only get praise, but also questions and concerns. Do better when residents question you. Do better about being transparent. Do better at listening to all residents, not just the ones that agree with you. do better when engaging with community members, whether in person or in social media, because we are paying attention. Thank you so much.
Thank you, appreciate it. Any other comments from the public? Go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Julia Ortiz, and I would like to support the Dwight Lark's project. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the public? We do have a written comment, I believe. Monica?
Yes, we received a public comment from Savannah Garcia, which states, Council Member and Mayor, with all due respect, why are you all allowing the downtown cannabis project applicant to harass and bully our community members? I understand that you were wanting to give...
Monica, a little louder, sorry.
Yes. I understand that you were wanting to give the applicant yet another opportunity to present his project, but at this point, he has not done that. The applicant has simply attacked, degraded, bullied, and harassed every person that does not agree with him. The applicant has attacked the Catholic Church, Knights of Columbus, Alma de Luna, Mr. Escobedo, Mirla Hernandez, our ex-mayor, Gerpal Samra, and others. All people who have been actively involved in our community and have been a positive force in the community. This is wrong and not what our community is about. Being unfair is understandable, but it should be required for potential new businesses coming into our community to act with respect and professionalism. Bullying, harassment, and disrespecting community members should not be allowed or tolerated. I will remind you all of the Code of Conduct signed January 21st, 2021. A city official is a representative of the city of Livingston, and when in public, shall conduct themselves in a professional and respectful manner, to the best of their ability. A city official shall represent the official policies and positions of the city council. When presenting personal opinions or positions, a city official shall state that those personal opinions and positions do not represent the council or the city. A threat to a person on social media should be no laughing matter to you all, as was laughed by Mayor Aguilar and Councilwoman Soto. It is unprofessional and inappropriate conduct on your behalf. Code of Conduct states, act in the public's interest, recognizing that stewardship of the public interest must be their principal concern. The city official shall work for a common good of the city and not for a private or personal interest, and shall endeavor to threat all persons, claims, transactions in a fair and equitable manner. Councilmember Soto, going to the CBD project applicant's defense on social media using her position and then stating to other community members that their concerns are petty is no fair and equitable and clearly shows a bias and a disrespect for the concern brought to her attention. Additionally, code states a city official shall refrain from abusive conduct, verbal attacks upon the character or motives of other members of the public. Lastly, it was extremely disappointing as a community member to see a woman who had a legitimate concern get threatened with so much disrespect. We have every right to ask questions, especially when something seems as though it could be a potential conflict of interest. Conflict of interest in order to assure their independence on behalf of the public good. A city official shall not use their official position to influence where they have an organizational responsibility, or a personal relationship that would present a conflict of interest under applicable state law, regulations, or Attorney General opinions. The picture question, as well as the campaign mural placed on the CBD project Mother's property, also calls to question the type of relationship and if there is indeed a conflict of interest on behalf of Councilwoman Soto and Mayor Aguilar. Livingston deserves transparency.
Thank you, Monica. Appreciate it. Any other public comments? Go ahead.
Hello. I'm Eddie Reyes. I live here in Livingston, and I support Dwight in his project that he wants to do with cannabis. I think it's good because there are people that do need it, and like cancer patients, but there's others that also use cannabinoids and it helps them. So I strongly recommend Dwight's project. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment? On the phone? Okay, moving on to our consent agenda. Items on the consent agenda are considered routine and non-controversial and will be enacted by one vote unless separate action is requested by the city manager or city council member. There will be no separate discussions on these items unless members of the city council or city manager request that specific items be removed.
I just want to take a look at item number 10. Just to get clarification with the little footnotes down at the bottom.
You want to take one out for separate discussion?
There you go. Yes.
Perfect. All right. So we are taking item number 10 for separate discussion. So let's continue on with the consent agenda.
Make the motion, or are we going to?
Was that a motion, sir?
To approve the consent.
I'll make the motion to accept the consent agenda,
With the removal.
taking out number 10 as a separate item
We
to
have,
be discussed.
we have a motion by Mayor Protem Garcia.
I'll second that.
We have a second by Councilman Moran. You will get a roll call, please.
Roll call, Councilmember Soto?
Yes.
Councilmember Moran?
Yes.
Councilmember King?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Garcia?
Yes.
Mayor Aguilar?
Yes.
Motion approved by a vote of 5-0.
So Randy Hatch, he should be online.
So item 10 is the resolution amending language in Exhibit A or Resolution 2021, maybe 2022 on there. Updating planning, please. Andy? Randy? You're on the phone? Okay, I don't believe he's on the phone. Jose, you want to take this?
So, yeah, so basically what happened here, Councilwoman Soto, is that...
I'm here, but there's some kind of feedback.
Okay, please, guys, could you please mute your phone or your device? Go ahead, Randy.
Here, there's some kind of feedback. And there's a delay.
Okay, now he's right now.
Okay. And there's a delay. This basically was just to correct a few items that were not included. This basically was just to correct a few items that were not included. Specifically, was just to correct a few items that were not included. Specifically,
Hey, Randy, Can you turn off your computer, please? Randy, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you turn off your computer and just use your phone? Thank you.
Now we can hear you, Randy. Go
I
ahead.
only have the phone. Can you hear better?
Way better. Go ahead.
Hello?
We can hear you fine. Go ahead.
Let me recall.
We can hear you fine, Randy. Oops. All right, we'll come back to that one. That's good.
We'll come back to that item. Let's move on to discussion of potential action items. Number 14, discussion on direction to staff regarding appointment of a second alternate members to the Planning Commission. I believe this was brought up during the last council meeting by one of our council members as wanting to see it one more time. But that is Randy too, right?
Yeah, that one.
Just go ahead and take it on. I know that there was a request possibly of from a council member interested in
We
appointment.
don't need him. Straightforward. Yeah. Yeah, this is a straightforward. Okay, there he is.
Can you hear me better now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I turned off the computer. I had to get off the phone and get back on. So hopefully all of that feedback isn't here. But the purpose of bringing this to the council was to simply add a few minor items that were left off when this was originally approved, specifically to include planning and engineering deposit for the subdivision map, and to remove the word recording under environmental analysis because there are a variety of fees, not just recording fees. And I know that Councilwoman Soto had a question, and I'll be happy to try to respond.
So thank you, Randy. In regards to for example, down here, your notes, what this means, just so that it's clear, so if I'm looking at the development agreement permit, and the permit fee is $5,605 plus engineering deposit, and then down here at the notes, all of this down here in your notes is additional time from the city manager, staff, review, the lawyer. All of that is in addition to this fee, correct? Is that what the notes are telling me, or am I just reading this all wrong?
What it does mean is that time will be calculated based upon the time spent, and if it exceeds that deposit, then yes, a true-up will be asked for.
So the permit fees at first will cover everybody's time that it takes to go over these reviewing these permit types, whoever needs to work on it. Once that deposit, say for instance the $5,605, and it says plus engineering deposit, once that is all used up, there's additional fees. So it's not all included in this price. So additional time, which would be the current hourly rate.
That's correct for those permits that have that notation. Not all do, but the ones that have that notation have the possibility of being very complicated and taking a lot of time.
Okay, and as far as this whole fee schedule, how would, in your opinion, how does it compare with our other cities in this county?
How does it
Are we-
compare with? Please repeat.
Is this fee schedule? Are we comparable? Are we? I'm asking this because I want businesses to come in, and if we're nickel and diming them for everything that proposes to come in, and other cities have different, their rates are lower than ours or higher than ours. I just want to see are we comparable to our other cities within this county, our surrounding counties, our cities.
Staff did do a comparison, and we are still lower than the average of other cities within our county and close to us.
Thank you, Randy. I just wanted to know if we were there or, just about the same. Thank you so much.
Yeah, we're still less expensive.
Thank you, Randy. Any further question from council? No, we'll take it out to the public since we did pull it out for separate discussion. Any public comment? No? Okay. Bring it back to council for motions, direction, comments.
If there are no more questions, I move to approve resolution amending language in Exhibit A of Resolution 2021-21, updating planning fees.
We have a motion by Councilmember Jose Moran.
I'll second it.
We have a second by Councilmember King. Do we get a roll call, please?
Roll call, Councilmember Soto?
Yes.
Councilmember Moran?
Yes.
Councilmember King?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Garcia?
Yes.
Mayor Aguilar?
Yes.
Motion approved by a vote of 5-0.
Thank you. We're going to continue on with the item that we were discussing, number 14. I know this is pretty straightforward. I don't think we need a presentation because it's been brought up, previously. I know a council member wanted it back on the table. Any discussion or questions regarding this specific item?
After reviewing it, there were members of the community that came forth with the application afterwards, and I think it was where I wanted to see it back here was to give them an opportunity to be selected, not re-advertising and everything else. According to this, there's 3 applications that came in. I want to revisit those applicants, not push it back out there for more applicants to come in, because that deadline and again, this is a second alternate. That's where I wanted to see this direction, is if we could have again, reviewing those applicants that came in, because we haven't had a chance to see those, and then bring it back so that we can see the application, not
Thank you.
That's clearly one of the options I presented. So depending on what the majority of the council wishes to do, that's entirely an option.
Go ahead.
I'm just trying to go back a little bit. I didn't bring my notes from that day, but if I recall correctly, those applications were received after the deadline, and as per the previous conversation or discussion with the council was to only have one alternate. So if this is brought up, I think the right procedure would be one first. If the council wants to consider having a second alternate, and then figuring out how we want that process to be.
So currently what this says is that the municipal code said that we allow 2 alternates. Currently we have 1. So again, my request is to take a look at those applicants, even though they received after that deadline, because again, I don't think there was a great big outreach for the community to get involved. Now we have different applications of people that are coming forward with this. We have the 3 commissioners that I believe that were just, that I don't mean just, but they were reappointed to those positions as well. Now we have a group that have fresh applications coming in to the Planning Commission. The municipal code says 2 alternates. We have 1. I want to be able to allow the opportunity for the applicants that submitted those. They did come to our council. They have the vested interest in what goes on in our city. So I'd like to read those applications and put it out there for that second alternate position to be filled.
So, can I make the motion or?
Take it out for public comment at this time first. Any public comment? Bring it back to council. Go ahead.
Or do you have a question?
Question.
Oh, okay.
Question or comment, yeah.
Go ahead.
So it would have been, I guess, I didn't think of requesting the current code to kind of figure it out, what it is, what's currently there and what's not. But even if I think it would only be fair to that if we are to consider new applicants, because those applications did come after the deadline, you know, then that means that other applicants could have, if they knew that we could receive applications after the deadline, I think it's only fair, because then they're going to come back to us and say, well, why then other people get the opportunity even after the deadline. So we do have deadlines for a reason. If we do this one time, we got to do it every time. So I'm just looking at the, what we have in place. I mean, I'm not against it. I'm just looking at the procedure, at the process. And because even if they come back, I mean, they would be on their own right to say, well, if we had known that we could still receive applications after the deadline, then probably there would be more applicants. I'm just looking at the process, that's it.
Trevor, you want to chime in or say anything regarding that specifically? Trevor? He has been disconnected and the line won't let him reconnect at this time. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, I got something. So, I mean, this item is just discussion and direction to staff regarding, to approve a second position, right? So, and then do we just come back in the future, see how we're going to present that, or how we're going to pick that second alternate?
Yes, I believe so. I believe right now it's just a discussion and direction. So if the council is interested in appointing somebody else, then we would be coming back, right, with the process of doing it. So.
And then, so what Councilmember Soto saying about the other ones that turned in their letter of interest, that's when that item could be brought up, correct?
Yeah,
okay.
I believe so.
So, you got to.
So you're, what I'm hearing, Councilmember Maria Soto, is that you would want to see this come back as direction, or given direction to appoint somebody as a second alternate.
And then also in the past, it was noted that the applications are still on file, so that the 3 that have been received would not have to submit another application because they are still on file. But I would like to see this come back as a second alternative because the code allows it.
And then maybe one of the options would be to look into one of those 3 people?
Correct.
Okay.
So, any more questions?
Are you going to make a motion or?
I was going to make the motion, but.
Well, no, I was going to, well,
Yeah, I'll wait on my motion if you haven't to add.
well, no, it's not, well, it was going to be a motion also,
Yeah.
but
I'll make the motion to approve a second alternate member to the planning commission.
Trevor, if you could hear me, hold on, guys, I don't know if we need to make an actual motion. I think it's more of a direction, right? Is this just a discussion direction? So we don't really need a motion. It's just basically staff. Did you get the direction you needed? Randy?
what is the direction?
I'm a little unclear.
Okay,
Do you
so-
want
So to open it up
go out
again
and
for,
advertise?
Yeah, so basically what Councilmember Maria is stating is she would like to see this item come back with some options to for the second alternate, how to appoint a second alternate, and one of those options including the 3 applicants that we have in file. Is everybody okay with that?
Does that include re-advertising for more applicants?
And that'll be something that'll be possibly one of the options.
So that will be part of the discussion of the next time.
Yes.
I just want to be clear on that.
Yes.
Okay.
yes.
Go ahead. We got Philo coming.
I mean, the item, if I may, the item as
Randy,
posted
Philo's here.
gives you
Randy.
the ability to give that direction to staff now if you wish to re-advertise.
Yes, Randy, let me try to clarify this. Basically, what we are asking from council is direction on whether it is in the code already to have a second alternate. If you choose to appoint a second alternate, we're asking for direction to either re-advertise to allow more people to have the opportunity to apply. And that's really what staff is recommending because that has been past practice. But if you want to appoint somebody, one of the 3 applicants that we receive applications from, it did come after the deadline. The deadline was March 9th, and these 3 applications were received after the deadline, but one was April 19 by email, and then 2 others were received on the April 20th council meeting.
Right.
So we can appoint from those 3, we can re-advertise to allow others to apply. We're asking for council direction.
So I would ask that we have the opportunity to read the applications that did come in because we can't appoint anybody without reviewing those applications. And then to make it fair for the community, if nobody heard, again, that's why these applications came in because they didn't know about the vacancy for an alternate. So to be fair, the 30-day re-advertisement plus the 3 applications.
I like it.
We can do that.
You guys in agreement?
I agree.
I agree.
Thank you.
Thank you. One more item, 15, discussion and direction on revitalizing the chambers of commerce in the city of Livingston. Okay. Okay, who's gonna present this item?
Cam's done.
You want me to talk about it? Oh, go ahead.
Oh, you guys wanna? We're taking a mini recess. We'll be right back. 2 minutes. Correction and revitalization, the Chamber of Commerce in the city of Livingston. Who has that item?
Okay, I'll go ahead and tackle it, and then Maria can. All right. So basically, as you might recall, there's some funding that we talked about under the RO program that that can actually be used to help with small business development. So Councilmember Soto was talking about, hey, you know what? We should have a local chamber of commerce here. There's been a lot of interest by one of our business owners here in spearheading that, and that's Diego Castillo, and there's been some others. My understanding is that they're looking at starting a new chamber of commerce because there used to be one here. I don't think that they're looking at revitalizing that one. I think they're looking at possibly starting a new one. And so they would like to get some assistance from the city and starting a chamber of commerce here locally that then can have their board help help a lot of the businesses create some small business development opportunities and take on some of these projects like events, whether it's the 4th of July or Sweet Potato Festival, stuff like that. Of course, that's up to the council. So we are, whatever council member wants to.
Thank you. Just real quick, in regards to our attorney disconnected, but he texted that basically we could lend support, but the city cannot spend money on the creation of one, like staff time or actual money.
Yes, this is more about working with them to put together some technical assistance and help businesses thrive, have ribbon cutting ceremonies, things of that nature. So thank you, Trevor.
Perfect. Okay. Council questions? Additional comments?
Just staff, if you guys want to just give staff direction, and we can.
I guess I'll start it. I mean, I think it's a great thing that we want to. I would like to, obviously support something. The more involvement from communities and businesses, the better. So I know there used to be a functioning one in the past, and it was successful and stuff. So I guess in any way we could legally provide support, we would do it.
Yeah. The other possibilities, and I know this was brought up by Mayor Pro Tem, and I'm trying to remember who else, one of our other council members, but they were talking about, next door here, our lease is up. We're looking at making that a multi-purpose facility where it's a senior center, recreation can use, and then, also provide some space for the Chamber of Commerce. So however that can be structured, we've done it in the past. I think that's also something that you guys were looking at.
Yeah, I say, I'm sorry, go ahead. Yeah. To go ahead and, continue looking into that option. Since we do own the building, so we'll be saving money there.
Yeah.
Thank you again for providing the support. And again, we want to be able to help out our small businesses, and again, how things are moving towards opening. The little pop-ups, again, providing that type of educational and encouragement, resources, whatever we can do, and to help move these businesses to have a storefront, and the ones that are already with us, to get them on board to help revitalize and support community events and each other. I mean, it works both ways. I do know that we do have a functioning Punjabi Chamber of Commerce, because I've seen their name on the membership list for the Hispanic chambers in Merced County. And again, when we work together throughout the county, all good comes out of that. So thank you for continuing with this. I'd like to gather a committee or some type of, I don't know what that's going to look like, because again, having certain members on council involved with, again, I don't know what that looks like, but utilizing our Merced County chambers to, I don't want to reinvent the wheel. Okay, so what we had out there, and again, I like the way it's worded, revitalizing, because what we can choose to act on what used to be and what works currently and what is already being done in order to revitalize the chamber.
Go ahead.
So I don't know if we're in agreement with my last comment. So
Yeah, we're good. Everybody?
thank you.
Thank you. So at this moment, any future agenda items?
Yeah, we'd like to have a, oh, sorry, Mayor.
Oh, no, go ahead.
A special council meeting on Monday, if everybody's available. So we got to tackle a number of different things. The bargaining groups, of course. We were looking at Thursday, but that's graduation, and there's other things going on. So special meeting for Monday, say about 7 o'clock.
Monday works for me. Everybody else?
I'll probably be here about 7:15 or so, but I'll be here.
Okay, no problem.
Can we just change the time to 7:30 so all of us could be there?
Yeah.
That works. If you guys want to do 7:30, then.
Other council members, what do you guys think? You guys can start. I mean, I can call in and within those 15 minutes, and I'll be here. So if we want to do it at 7, that's fine with me. And I can call in until I get here. Yep.
Whatever. I don't care. 7 or 7:30 works for me, so whatever.
7's fine. We'll just go stick with 7.
Okay.
Perfect.
So that night, from 6 to 7, we'll have the Punjabi utility stakeholder, or utilities rate workshop, so 7 o'clock.
Okay. Any other other agenda items?
What is it?
Any other agenda items for discussion for the future?
I got a list.
Oh, actually, I'm not sure that this would be an action item, but I just wanted it to bring it up and see how can we work this out in regards to a plant a tree program for the city. Not probably like for next year, like somewhere around April. Probably we can look for a grant, and then an opportunity to also include members of the community and the different school districts. So this would be a planted tree program. I don't know if staff can look into the possibility of a grant somewhere here or I don't know, anywhere that we can use for the city for this program. And also if we can look into what would be the possibility and the cost of having a multilingual translation option for council meetings. But for the future, obviously. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have a couple items: plant a tree program and multi-language translator. Anybody else have any other items?
Since Councilman Moran touched on that one, I'd like to see us look into a grant writer. Again, that program we did have that plant a tree program because I know that I had initiated 2 trees to be planted over at the Child Development Center on Pruso, and that was working in collaboration with everybody. That was a grant that the rec department attained back then, and they planted like numerous trees. So I'd like to see us look towards seeing what it would cost for a grant writer. Also, I know in the past I've asked about the area across the way here that was a rec commission item but was never brought here, and we're still referring to that area as a unnamed marker, and I don't think that's very, I don't receive that very well considering that the area belonged to a family that contributed much to the city of Livingston. I did mention some items prior, and again, it was looking at the Memorial Park, actually having that dedicated to Joe Alvarez. If we can look into that. Also, I know that I had requested to have the Miss Independence Scholarship young ladies come here so that they can be presented, at least one of the young ladies to be presented with a scholarship. And I went here, where did it go? I'd like to see what it would cost to have county sheriff take over police services. Just an idea, just so that we can see it. Don't get all crazy on me. And then the possibility of you. So, again, having workshops in here addressing some of the current, again, I know I advocate for veterans and using the suicide awareness and some of the benefits that can be brought forth so that we recognize some of their needs and as well as the elders in our community. So again, using this area, or if we're going to attain another area, or whatever properties that we use, the senior citizen, the Walnut area, since that is ours, I'd like to see have a space so that we can conduct at least a, 2-hour, 3-hour workshop.
Thank you. So we'll make sure we get those items. I think somebody could probably make a presentation from the VA office regarding that program. I know just the Plant a Tree program. I think it was a CAL FIRE program or grant we got regarding those trees.
Yeah, we got a grant, 500 trees. We had so many we didn't even know what to do. We gave a lot of them to the school districts and to other entities. So certainly we can go after that tree Fresno. We'll look at that.
Awesome, thank you. Okay, at this moment we're gonna go ahead and adjourn our meeting.
No.
Oh. What? What's going on?
Thank you. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Mayor, thank you. So I know we spoke about this earlier. Maybe get something together for the homeless task force. Look into that. Put that on the next one. Also, a proclamation for the month of June for PTSD. Very important on our next one, and also direction on or not direction. To name the, I'll just say like the extension of the Max Foster complex, that what we're going to be putting next to it here in the future. So you probably start thinking about what name we're going to name that new section of the park. I have an idea. I don't know do I throw it out there now or just wait until that comes about. So the name I was thinking about was Military and First Responders Complex, to recognize, obviously I'm a big military fan, being in the Marine Corps and in law enforcement. I think we need to recognize our first responders out there.
Thank you, sir. Okay, we'll include those items in our future meetings. So at this time, anybody else have
Thank you.
We'll go ahead and adjourn our meeting at 11:12 p.m.